Okay, so we are going to move into meditation now. Would you like to do it today or you want me to?
I'd like you to.
Okay. All right, y'all. So go ahead and get settled in. We're going to move into some meditation time. I'm going to go ahead and lead us in, and we'll have a time of silence, and then I'll bring us out of the meditation, and then Jim and I will do our sharings, and then we'll take our break. And then after the break, we'll do our Q&As just like we normally do. And we'll go ahead and begin with the meditation here now. So if you haven't already, just go ahead and get your body comfortable. You can close your eyes and just get settled in. It's always good to support yourself in your outer environment by turning off phones or doing what you can to let go of any outer distractions. And so begin to bring your attention to the seat of the soul, the place that resides above the eyebrows, towards the center of the head. This place we call the upper room, the spiritual eye. It is literally that place in which the soul enters and leaves this physical consciousness. So by bringing our attention here, we begin to wake up and become aware of our own soul, that inner light of God's loving, where we are truly that living, loving essence of the Lord. And so we want to give our attention to our truest self as this divine spark of God's presence. And it is through this action of meditation in which we participate to awaken, to come into that knowing in our awareness through direct experience of our divinity. And to assist us in this process, we ask and invite that living, loving presence of God's light and sound that we call the Holy Spirit, the audible life stream, the sound current, where it is truly that expression of God's loving as God shares with us, God's children. So we invite that Holy Spirit in to assist us in this process of awakening. For this meditation is a time of communion, where through this loving of God's Holy Spirit, we, the soul, move into this action of loving communion with God. So we have a very direct intention and purpose during this time we call meditation. It's a time to awaken, to commune, to share our loving with God and receive God's loving for us. It is a very direct pathway. In truth, there is nothing that stands between us and God. All that resides in the way of our awareness is those things we've allowed to distract us, whether it's thoughts or feelings or fantasies, or just simply caught up in physical circumstances. All we've done is allowed our attention to be drawn down and out. And all we have to do is bring our attention back in and up with that focus back on God. So let it be as simple as that. For in truth, this is all there is. And this is all there is to do. So live the simplicity, live the loving, and know there are no conditions no belief systems, no magic involved, but it is simply giving God our loving attention and opening to receive God's loving for us. So let this inner communion be the focus, letting go of all distractions, anything else that would call our attention, just give it up, let it go, and know that this time right here and now is a time for you and God to be together in oneness. It's a time to utilize what God's given us of understanding and knowing how to do this meditation, how to focus, how to commune. And God has given us as well His holy sacred names by which we can bring ourselves into this experience of loving. And so just bring forward the name given initiation or the hue, that word, that sound, that name, hue, right from human, God and man. As we focus on that name of God, the hue, for in this name is a frequency and a sound as we chant and repeat it out loud or within. It brings us into attunement of that living, loving frequency of God's Holy Spirit. And understand it is through this sound and God's living, loving light that we awaken and know the truth of who we are and our oneness with God. So begin now to chant and sing that sacred name as you continue to look inwards and upwards into that inner light, chanting and singing the sacred name, as well as listening for that inner sound as God speaks back to us, speaks with us. And all we have to do is open and receive, allowing God's voice and that sound of loving to fill us and to lift us into this greater communion. So just begin now as we move into silence, giving time for this communion with God. Just begin to bring your attention back to the seat of the soul, continuing being in the movement of this loving, sharing your loving with God, and receiving God's loving for you. Just allow that movement to continue, even as you come more physically present. Maintain that inner focus and awareness as we move into a time of outer sharing. We keep that inner open. We keep ourselves vulnerable. And we keep sharing our loving with God and receiving God's loving for us. With gratitude, with prayers, with blessings, we participate in the fullness of who we are. And the rest, we always just give up to God, letting it all unfold in God's will, in God's timing. For this journey is about our soul's fulfillment and liberation, returning back into that oneness and union with the divine. So just take a few more moments, just gently allowing yourself to come present. And keeping that spiritual eye open. If you wish to open your physical eyes, you're welcome to. Or you can keep them closed, just to help hold that inner focus. Alrighty. That was nice.
Yeah, very.
I know, I feel a nice energy today.
Yeah.
Feels really open to like a deeper movement. And if anything, I'll just continue. All right, if I go, or would you like to go first?
I think I'd like to go first.
All right, I wondered. You may, sir.
Well, there was a lot stirring in my meditation.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. So, the one thing that I need to really put forward and maybe clarify if I've caused confusion in people's minds, this pathway is about God. And this is about God working to assist you in getting home to God, to getting home back to where you came from. And God is doing his part through all the actions inwardly and outwardly, whether we see it or know it or not. If you have received initiation in the sacred name of God, then there is something inside of you that truly knows that God is calling you home. And that this is a lifetime that is really here for you to return home if you will apply yourself. And that application, that applying yourself, is about meditation. Meditation is the key to the liberation of your soul. Meditation is the key to the liberation of your soul. And along with that, the sacred name. The sacred name is the key that opens all the doors that are locked before you They unlock each door that open and allow you to walk freely towards God's loving heart. If we do not use those names, and if we do not do the meditation, there is no guarantee, really. God said, you do your 10% and I'll do the other 90. And what that means is do your 10% of the day in meditation. Do the meditation. And that 10% is like 2.5 hours a day. And I know that's a lot for a lot of people because there's so many distractions in this world. There's so many things of responsibility calling you to spend time back in the world. I know people that wake up and immediately start running into the world to get things done because there just seems to never be enough time to get it all done. And yet, if you have an inner commitment or an inner draw towards God, God says, you do your 10% and I'll do the other 90. So if you do your 10% of meditation every day, chanting the sacred name, focusing on loving God and allowing God's loving in, God will go forward on your path of life and assist you in all those things that you have to do. And all you have to do is stay focused with God first and be vulnerable to God's movement and truly follow God's calling, not the world's. And the world has a strong hold on us, oh my God, because this body, this mind, these emotions, the imagination are all a part of this creation. And these things are so close to our experience that we put them first quite often. And we listen and we follow those things first and foremost in our life because they seem so tangible and so real, and they're so present, and they're so calling and needing and demanding of us. And yet God says, give me 10% of your day, 10% of your day, that I can begin to truly walk with you, not just side by side, but within you, and help you to begin to cut yourself free from this world. He doesn't call for you to go into a monastery or to a cave or a hermitage and pull yourself away from the world, because that works only to a point. We have certain lessons to learn. The soul has certain lessons to learn. It's not about the body consciousness, it's about the soul. And we need to be free to go forward and to learn those lessons and get them complete so the soul can go home. And so there are things that are calling on us. There are things that are pulling us forward in the world and through the world to experience and learn the lessons. But it's for us to pay attention. Are we caught up in the lesson, or are we learning the lesson? Many of us get caught up in the lesson, and we even go around bragging about the lesson that we're learning, that we have to learn. But we don't spend time every day in learning that which is in front of us. So I ask of you to pay attention and truly spend time every day with God and in God. Maybe it's not 2.5 hours, but put effort forward. Give it at least an hour so that you can begin to truly wake up and have inner experience and know the inner truth for yourself. Why do we have to do 2.5 hours a day? Because of the way the body consciousnesses are made up. It can take us 2 hours just to get past all these elements of the physical self, get past the physical body and its process and its discomfort and its wants and needs, to get past the imagination, to let go of that, and then to rise up and move through the emotions and do our loving, accepting, and forgiving of ourselves and of others. And it's very important to forgive and love and accept yourself, first and foremost, in the meditation and in your daily life, so that you truly can be free of the emotional world and rise up and then begin to free yourself of the mind. And oh boy, that mind, it just never stops. It ever is pumping away, moving things, calling on you, demanding of you. And how do you rise above that? By focusing above it. Don't focus into the mind. Don't focus into the emotions. Don't focus into your imagination or your body process. Focus above it all. And what is above it all is God. So focus on God first. I've always said since I was like 6, 7 years old, God first and God only. And I can remember my parents, when I would say that, they would just look at me like, all right, but they didn't know what to do with it. And they didn't know how to correct it if they felt that they had to, because if you're putting God first, that's a pretty good place to start. And for you, it's a good place to start in this path of liberation. God first and God only. So if you focus above all these other elements of the physical self and go to the top, the seat of the soul, and above, you're going to begin to hold a focus on God and that realm of loving. And that will lift you up, that will pull you up out of all these elements of the lower self and to begin waking you up to the higher self that you are. In the mind, there is the lower mind and the higher mind. And the lower mind is definitely focused on the world. It's focused down and out. And everything that the lower mind puts forward for you is about a down and out activity. The higher mind is focused on God, on soul, on spirit, on loving, and on returning home to God. But to get to that higher mind, you've got to do time in meditation, putting God first, giving God time, and spending as much time and sending as much loving to God as you can. And that will begin to open a new pathway for you that will carry you higher and higher and higher into the realms of spirit where you came from. You are a soul. You are not this body. But it's very easy to make this body more important because it's so tangible, it's so real, It's so there, and it's so much in the way, and it will do everything to get in the way if it can. So it's up to us to each individually pay attention. Pay attention to the moment. Pay attention to what's right there for you in the moment. And make your focus into God. Focus inward and upward, not down and out. The down and out, you're just going to have to deal with. It's a part of this creation. And it's a strong pull. It's a demanding pull. But if you can spend time every day focusing inward and upward, focusing on God, sharing your loving with God, and letting God's loving in, you're going to find that the world will begin to slip away because you're making God first. And then all this stuff of the world will just slip away and fall more into an alignment where you can begin to handle things differently, or maybe even dismiss a lot of the things that you think are so important. Because we do allow the world to get in the way. And that's not fun. It's a lot of work, it's a lot of pressure, it's a lot of pain, it's a lot of judgments, it's a lot of anger, it's a lot of frustration, and it's a lot more. Because that's what the world is made up of. All those elements that this world is made up with is created by the Lord of this creation, Lucifer. And he did his darndest to create barriers, blockades, elements of importance that you have gotten caught up in over the lifetimes and made so real, so important, so valuable, so necessary, so needed, that you've lost sight of the great truth. You are a soul, not a body. And the soul has been trapped here by the creator of this world with all these things of importance, all these things of obligation, all these needs and wants and longings. And if those things are still important to you, that's great. But if they dominate you, that's not so great. Because now you're lost in the world. You're lost in your emotions, in your fears, and all the fears that the world puts upon us. So many people cannot move forward in their own daily life because of that fear, let alone move forward in their spiritual journey. So take time every day and put God first. The moment you wake up, put God first and spend time right away, if you can, on meditating, on going within and sharing your loving with God, and let God love you. God loves you whether you know it or not, but let God's loving in. Open and be vulnerable to God. Open and be vulnerable to God's loving. So many of you are doing that, and you have really seen transformation in your life. But many of you are not. And this isn't a scolding. This is an opportunity of invitation to invite you back in once again, to walk the inner journey. I do not want to see you having to do this all over again because you're not doing the inner work. And here's where I have made a mistake. I have said to many of you that maybe you don't need to meditate to get liberated. Maybe it's all set up differently for you, possibly. But I have been shown, I have been told that I have misdirected some people. Meditation is everything. I am here to share the path of liberation. And the path is a simple one. Jesus said it. So many different teachers have said it over the years, that this path is a way of simplicity and loving. And it's for us not to complicate it through the mind and the emotions and the imagination. Rise above those elements of the self, of the physical body, and begin to wake up and know the truth of who you are as a soul. Begin to see that inner light. Begin to hear that inner sound. To begin to feel that movement of the divine flow in you and around you, carrying you upward, upward to God, upward to that which you truly are, because that soul that is you is a divine spark of God itself. So God resides right within you, not in the heavens above, but right within you. And your soul longs to get out of this creation and to return back to its own true home. It longs, it cries for every moment of every day, let me free, let me free. Let me go home to God. You've received the initiation, and that initiation puts a mark at the doorway towards the realms of soul and spirit, at the seat of the soul. And that mark lets Lucifer know that you carry the sacred name in you and with you, and that with that sacred name, you have a guarantee that you're going home to God now. You're not a part of this creation of the world. You're not a part and parcel with Lucifer and letting him control you and your destiny. You are now in the hand of God. At the moment of that initiation, you were placed back in the hand of God, by God. God reclaimed you out of Lucifer's control so that you can return home now, much more free and easily than you can if you try to do it all yourself. Because the world will not let go of you if you try to do it yourself. But if you have the mark at the doorway, at the seat of the soul, Lucifer begins to let go, because Lucifer has no other choice. You have now been placed back into the hand of God to return home. That means that you've learned the lessons of this world. You've done them. Don't keep repeating them. Don't keep chasing after more of it. Begin to let the world go. Let your desires, your needs, your wants be focused back on God again. So many people get caught up in the world and its lust, in its greed, in its anger, in its blame, and so much more. And we have these little storylines running in us that I need this, I need that, I want this, I want that. because these are the things that are going to complete me. These are the things that are going to make me whole and complete once again. Believe me, they don't. You can have everything that this world, this creation has to offer you. Have it right there with you, in you, around you, and still feel empty. Still feel like there's something more I need. What we need and what we want and what we long for is God, not the world. I know people that are longing for a child, and yet they've had so many thousands of children in the past, in other lifetimes, thinking that those children were going to fulfill for them what they wanted, and yet here they are once again. And it's fine. Having children and being a part of the world is a wonderful thing. It can be very fulfilling because that's where so many lessons lie. Relationship, marriage, children are a key element of this school and where we can learn. And what do we have to learn there? Oh, so much. But loving and accepting and forgiving is the key element that will unlock a lot of those things and begin to free us of a lot of those wants and needs, those greeds and lust, whether it be money or sex or another person or another item in the world like another car or another bank account. If you look, has anyone ever gone and bought a new car thinking this is going to be it, this will be the satisfaction? And as you drive off the lot, you're going, God, I just spent all this money, and for what? It's not doing it. I don't feel it. God is calling you home. God is saying, let go of this world. Let go of this creation. Let go of the call that Lucifer has upon you. And focus once again on God, your true home, your true being. And let God be first. And in truth, there is only God. I mean, even now today, physicists, scientists, chemists, they're all telling us all this is pointing the way that this world is an illusion. It is not real. It's a hologram of the real. And yet we look around and it seems so solid and so real, and we need to fulfill all these things that are in the world that are calling us. And yet scientists are saying now, all this is just nothingness. And we've just only gotten caught up in the nothingness, believing the illusion that is here. So let go of the illusion. Stop chasing after an illusion and start moving towards the truth. I and the Father are one. I, the soul, and the Father are one. That's the truth. And our true home and our true nature is spirit and God. And we all have that longing inside, not just for the things of this world, but for returning home to God. And God is calling your name, asking you to pay attention, asking you to wake up inside, asking you to give time every day to come home to God. I was told many, many, many years ago, I can't even tell you how long, I don't know, but I was told many years ago a very simple statement. A key unused unlocks nothing. A key unused unlocks nothing. You have in your possession the keys to the kingdom, the sacred name of God. That name unlocks every door, every obstacle that stands between you and God right now. It unlocks everything. And you begin to unlock those doors and walk through those doors and go higher and higher and higher inside. You begin to truly wake up. You truly begin to feel and to see and to know that presence of God that lives within you and around you. And you begin to walk the true path back home to God. But if you don't use those sacred names every day, if you don't do the meditation every day, welcome to the world of the physical. Welcome to Lucifer's realms. He'll take you back in. You may walk around carrying this mark of God upon your soul that calls you to go home and allows you to go home because Lucifer has to let you go. But you can choose back into all that Lucifer created for us if you want. That's just fine. And me and Brian as teachers will let you go and experience whatever it is you need to experience, because that's what you are needing to do in order to learn the greater lesson. Now, many of you learn the greater lesson many times, over and over and over. It's like, okay, here we go again. And that's just fine, because God knows how this world works. God knows how easy it is for the soul to get trapped back in. God knows. And God knows also that if you spend time every day in meditation and give God 10% of your day, you're going to begin to truly free yourself just automatically through that action. Because for that period of time, you're lifting up, you're looking up, you're focusing inward and upward on God. And that will carry you higher and higher and higher and help you to begin to break the bonds that hold you in bondage here in the world. The whole idea of the 10% of the day is this. It takes time every day to begin to let go of those elements of the world that are holding you in bondage. It takes time for you to begin to move past that physical irritation that keeps making you not want to meditate because I itch, I hurt, I've got this need inside of me to go do things. It takes time to get past the imagination. What did they say about me today? What do you think they're going to say tomorrow? I've got to figure this out and see what I can do to block that. To get past the emotions of your hurt, your pain, your separations, your blame, your guilt, and so much more that the emotions are there doing for us. And the mind is the element that stirs it all. To get past all those parts of ourselves, it takes time. And in 2.5 hours, really in 2 hours, you're going to get past all of that and begin to wake up into the higher elements of yourself. And wake up to the soul, and wake up to the spirit, and wake up to the loving, and to wake up to what it feels to begin to liberate yourself from this creation by rising up above all these physical elements that are entrapping us. Now, after a period of time, you may find that in an hour and a half you can get to that level. And in time, in an hour, you can get to that level. And that's just fine. Go in and create that pathway by which you can walk every day and get to your soul and get to wake up into the loving that God has for you. And over time, if you find it's a shorter period of time to get there, that's great. But give the time that God has called us to do. I know people, even today, that are meditating 4, 5, even 6 hours a day to be able to get what they want from God, which is His loving, His light, His sound, and the opportunity to liberate the soul. So, how do they have 4 or 5 or 6 hours a day to be able to sit and do that? Because they get up in the night, they get up and give God time. I know people that wake up at 2 and 3 o'clock in the morning to do their meditation. They go to bed at 8 or 8:30, and they're up by 2, 2:30, 3 o'clock. And from there, you can have at least 2.5 hours, if not 3, 4, or even 5 hours to meditate. I remember when I went and was visiting with the Dalai Lama in Dharamsala, and we were seated and talking, and I asked a question, and I said, how long do you meditate every day? And he looked at me and he smiled, and he smiled a lot. He just found everything humorous and interesting and fun. I've never met any other person like him with that kind of energy. It was just amazing. But he looked at me and he smiled and he kind of laughed a little bit, and he said, well, I meditate at least 5 hours a day. And I said, why 5 hours? And he says, it takes me that long to get above all that which is stirring inside of me. I have a lot of reason to be filled with hate and anger and blame. I have a lot of reason, and I have to get past all of that because my mind tells me a different storyline than what I know to be true. And I have to get it past all that emotion and all that mind in order to feel and know the quiet of peace and nothingness. Because in Buddhism, that is the highest element, is entering into that state of the etheric realm, the place of nothingness, the stillness, the quiet. There is nothing there. It is just so peaceful and so wonderful, and you just want to live in that. And he says, once I get up into that, I now can come down into the world and participate in joy, in laughter, in fun. I don't take this world serious unless I allow myself to. So I have to every day spend time getting up to that place above all of that in order to have my peace. And he turned to me and he said, so do you meditate? And I said, yes. And he said, so how long? And I said, 2.5 hours. And he looked at me and said, brother, really? You do 2.5 hours? And I said, yes. And he said, so why do you do 2.5 hours? And I say, I do 2.5 hours to get to the same place you get and even go beyond. And he says, well, I don't want to talk about the beyond. I know that place where I need to get to, and I'm there. And I just have to return to there every day. And I said, I do the same. So he said, it just takes you 2.5 hours to do that. And I said, yes, sometimes. Sometimes 2.5 hours isn't long enough, but I haven't created the space for me to have sometimes that space to go beyond that. He says, well, brother, I give you a lot of credit. You're doing the work that everybody should be doing, but so few ever even have the opportunity. So use this opportunity wisely for your own freedom, for your own blessing, for your own life. And that was a wonderful experience to hear from him, from his point of view, why he meditates and how long he meditates every day. So he knows what it takes to get to where he wants to get to. And I know what it takes for me to get to where I want to. And I want you to know the same. I want you to spend the time every day in meditation, in chanting the sacred name, to begin to truly know what it feels like to be truly free of this creation, to live in that place of peace and quiet and harmony and loving. And that loving is beyond anything that I can speak of. So give yourself time every day. Give God an opportunity every day to be with you consciously, to be with you lovingly, to be with you and to carry you home, back from which you came. That's where your true peace, your true loving is back home in the realms of soul and spirit. Unifying yourself, uniting yourself once again with the living presence of God. Once you've lived into that union, there's nothing so important as that. To get back to there every day if you can. And I don't get there every day. I wish I did. That would be wonderful. But the world does have a hold. As long as we're in the world has a hold on us. Because this body is a part of the world. And this body is going to respond to the things of this world. This body has its deeds and its wants. This body has its aches and its pains. And those are going to stand in the way if we allow them to. And it's just up to us to find that way to relax beyond it all, to let go of this lower, to rise into the higher. And yes, loving, accepting, and forgiving is a part of it all. I have used loving, accepting, and forgiving since I was 7 years old. And I know it works. I know it works greatly, wonderfully, and quickly. Once we begin to understand, and we have to experience it, we have to feel it, we have to use it daily. And I say daily because, hey, this world is ever getting in the way. And you have to forgive this world. You have to forgive those things of the world, whether it be people, animals, money, sex, anything. You have to forgive it all, love it all, accept it all, and move on. And not let it just stand in the way and irritate you and demand of you and create need in you. And loving, accepting, and forgiving just opens all that up and frees it. So I still do loving, accepting, and forgiving daily. not just in meditation, but during the day as I'm walking around, as I'm driving around. And I'm sure there's a lot of things out there in the world that you need to forgive, love, and accept in the driving experience. I know I have. So use these elements so that you can maintain your freedom and your liberation. From the world, you only get freedom. You don't get liberation while you're in the body of the world, of the elements of the world. The liberation action is for your soul. But you'll find that as you go higher and higher towards and into the soul spiritual realms, that you get greater freedom in the world. These elements of the world no longer pull on you so strongly, demand of you, need of you, want of you, because you have risen above those elements to where they can no longer play upon you as they did before. I'm saying all of this because God came to me in my meditation this morning and tapped me on the shoulder and said, do this, or I will come and I will do it another way. So I'm doing this because I don't want to get hit over the head with a 2x4. I heard the whisper and I just kept moving forward. But when God really tells me something like that, I have to pay attention. So I'm sharing all of this with you so that I bring into balance areas where I may have misdirected, misguided. I will say this. I know that all of you that are initiated are souls that are liberating themselves. And I know that God is truly pulling on you to get home to God this lifetime and not let the world trap you, not let the world catch you up and make the world first and foremost. And a lot of you are. I'm sorry to say that, but it's the truth. And I've said that everyone will be liberated who has been receiving the initiation from Brian and myself. And maybe that's true and maybe that's not. That's in God's hands, not mine, and I have no right to say you're going to be liberated. You're the one who can say that. You're the one who can say that because you know through your inner experience where you are, what's going on. And it may not be tremendous outer body experiences or in-body experiences. It may just be that you're beginning to see how your spiritual self is really taking dominion over the world, and you're not getting so caught up in it. You're not putting the world first and have it run you. That you're learning your lessons and you're letting go of things, and things are dropping away from you because there's no need for them to be around you anymore. That's people, that's attitudes, that's so much that can drop away. And that tells you you're getting your freedom here. If you're getting freedom, you're liberating your soul. And I ask God every day to give you all the inner experience, the inner knowing, the inner insight and wisdom that comes with liberation. And how that comes for you, I don't know. Our minds, when we're awake and doing the day, can get in the way so much. Try to block so much so that we stay caught up in the entrapment of the world. if it's God first and God only, don't place people, don't place items, don't place egotistical thoughts and wants in the way. It's then God first. I remember as a teenager when sex and lust and desires came forward, and I had no teacher back then. I had no teacher. I was just doing this on my own. And I just had to ever work to put God first in it all. And the body, when it's desiring something, it pulls, it calls, it needs, it wants. And all of a sudden, I'm placing God before it all. And the world just kind of laughed at me like, really? You think that's so important? Come on, look at this, do this, participate in this. And I bounced around all over the place, up and down, in and out, trying to figure out how to work this energy. And then one day, as I was trying to put God first, God said to me, Jim, stop trying. I am first, even if you don't know it. I'm always first, even in those that are totally unconscious and deaf and dumb and blind. I'm first. Because there is no other before me. There is no other to look to. If this is all illusion, then there is nothing to honor. There is nothing to worship. There is nothing to fulfill. You've got to look towards the fulfillment is at, and that is in me, in God. So just keep placing me before all things, and I will be there, and I will shine through all the shadows and all the darkness to let you know the direction to move. And that's what I've done. So look to that light. That light is everything. Listen to the sound, because that sound is the still small voice of God calling you home. Whispering in your ear saying, hey, wake up, come on, let's get going. Keep moving, not next step, don't stop, next step, just keep stepping forward. That's the way, keep doing it. That's what I have to do with souls that have taken their last breath here in the world that are initiated. And you may have spent all that time meditating and focusing and getting connected back into the soul that you are. But I'll tell you what, sometimes when you're walking with the soul home to God, there's still the tugs of the world that pull upon them. And I just have to keep saying, next step, just take the next step. Don't look back, just keep looking forward, keep coming forward. One more step. We're there, we're gonna get there real quick. And all of a sudden, we're in the soul realm and the world begins to drop away. And then they truly know that they are liberated. That's amazing to be in that place, to walk with somebody in that way. And that's what we all want. That's what we're all really longing for, is that liberation. Liberation from all this stuff that the body keeps running. It just will not stop. It will not. As long as it has breath in it, it has life in it. As long as life is here, the body is going to keep running what it's here to do. It's here to distract us. It's here to trap us. And that's just what the body does. So let it run its stuff. But you rise above and stand free of it, knowing the game that it's playing, but not get caught up in it. That's easy to say, and I know it's not easy always to do. I give each one of you credit for how far you have come upon this pathway. And I know where you stand on the path. I see it. I know it. I know if you were to take the last breath right now, I'd know where to find you. I'd know right where to go to take your hand and let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. Keep moving. Don't say anything. Don't lay guilt out for me to have to take care of. Just keep moving. Don't look back. Like Lot's wife, you don't want to turn into a pillar of salt. Come on, keep moving. That's my game, if you will, that I play. And I love it. I love to be able to do that with people and to witness them when they actually step across that line, if you will, into the soul realm. And then all of a sudden they realize, oh my God, this is what I wanted. This is where I wanted to be all this time. What was I doing? What was I looking for in the world? It doesn't have it in the world. What an idiot I was. And I've heard people say that. So I say it because I've heard it. And I just turn and I say often, maybe you were an idiot, but no longer are you an idiot because you know the truth. Once you know the truth, there's no going back. There's no going back. Unless you are really an idiot. So give time to God every day. Spend time in meditation every day. Say the sacred name every day. Look and see the light and the sound. Because these are the elements of your liberation. These are the things that God gave us as tools by which to carry us forward. And I'm there, Brian's there, and God is there, walking with you, whether you know it or not, whether you want it or not. And don't put the world first. Don't put the world second. Don't put the world third. Maybe fourth, because there's lessons there for you to learn. But put God first and foremost. I put God first and my soul second, and my liberation third. Then the fourth is whatever that is in the world that I need to maintain and take care of. Like this body, for instance, it's 76 now. It needs a little more than I used to have to give. But I'm doing it, and I'll keep going, and I'll keep doing. I'll be doing this till my last breath, I'm sure. And the good news is I know where I'm going when I take that last breath, thank God. And somebody will be right there to take my hand because I'm an initiate. And the one that initiated will take my hand and lead me forward. That's the way of this world. And that is what Lucifer responds to. He sees that action and goes, oh, I don't have any control over them anymore. Let them go, let them go. Goodbye. We'll miss you. Goodbye. And I just turn and I'll say, don't put that on me. You're not going to miss me. And off we go. So I know this was kind of a long talk, maybe filled with guilt and blame, but definitely filled with loving and the want of the best for your soul. All right, so thank you.
This is literally like an initiates meeting, the way you addressed it all.
I'm sure you all were not expecting that, because I wasn't expecting that myself. So, do you have something?
Oh, I'm sure I could come up with something. I'm just taking my time to let that sink in. Wow. Well, maybe I'll start where the last part of your talk, because I heard you talk about fulfillment.
Mm.
And, many times I've used that word fulfillment, but many a time I've also used it in a way as really bringing to completion something in the world, or a karmic fulfillment to completion. But it's nice to hear you sharing today the real fulfillment is, it's not really about the completion in the world, it's about the fulfillment of the soul once again going home to God. And that's the real fulfillment. In the world, it'll look like a completion, of a karmic type of thing. And that's true, because this world is a reflection, of these things unfolding. So there's always going to be some level of that reflected in the world in one way or another, but never to lose sight that the real fulfillment is in spirit. I'm going to go ahead and keep sharing, and I can feel a part of me that kind of almost doesn't want to, because that was an awesome talk. But maybe I can add my 2 cents to support it, if that's all right.
Sure.
Well, and that's the other interesting part, why I'm even talking about fulfillment, and hearing you share about that like this today. Because as many of you may remember, it's usually at this time as we move towards summer break here, that often I share a theme, as I've said, kind of like the end of the school year, and for the summer to have a summer theme. And the last couple of years, it's been funny because it's really been more like a theme for the year. So, well, that theme did come forward about a month ago or so. And the word for that theme was fulfillment,
Oh,
or is fulfillment.
I didn't know that.
Oh, so how appropriate, obviously. If you all remember, the last year's theme has been transcendence.
Mm.
The year before that was transformation, and the year before that was change. So change, transformation, transcendence, and now the theme for the summer year ahead is fulfillment. Gee, what a nice order of things, huh?
Very.
Yeah. So this is the summer and year of fulfillment coming up. And boy, what a wonderful sharing to do that. I'm going to keep moving forward and sharing more, but I'm still in process with Jim's sharing right now, because that was really, really good. Now I'm beginning to wonder if I do have anything more to share. literally some of the things I knew I was going to touch base on, you actually did.
Oh, good.
So we'll see. Give me a moment here. Well, I think maybe I could move into is I often like to talk about the how to type of thing. That often there's that process of overview, or as Jim shared today, to remember what we're really doing here. And some of us may hear that and jump for joy, and others of us may hear that and start to feel a little shame or guilt of if we're not doing the meditation, or if we know we've been really caught up in the world and the things, and we've made that more important now than that inner journey of liberation in our soul going home to God. And so in that action, then there is, how do we deal with that? How do we handle that? And that's the other important part, because I know for me in the past, when I would sometimes hear things, I could feel like shame or guilt or embarrassment stir within me. And then I could feel bad about things. But if I did nothing with it, that would work against me then. So what I've learned over the years is, what can I do with this? In other words, how can I take responsibility for those reactions I may have, such as guilt or shame, that I can find work against me? And so that's important to really address and not ignore, and to realize, yes, it is truly the 10% of the day in meditation that is where the work is really done and where the fulfillment truly is. But for that physical part, the human consciousness, that's where the LAF comes in, where we can really support ourselves here. And in doing so, it actually supports the meditation. The thing is, we don't want to make it first or priority is that LAF process. We want that to be a support process by which we work with the meditation. So as things come up, like for me, I find when I do meditation and I can go up and be in that flow and that peace and grace, and also in that, there may be things that pulls up from within me that I find are the things that stand between me and God. In other words, those things that call my attention, as Jim laid out a lot of those things inside. Well, one, if we're willing to be patient and just keep doing the meditation, often that loving and grace in the meditation will handle these things and they will drop away on their own. And truly, that may be the case. But then there are those things that we are meant to walk forward and experience life as we're here living life, right? Otherwise, all we do is spend 100% of the time in meditation. So God's only asking 10%, and then God will walk in the other 90% with us. So then how do we continue now with that 10% as we use the keys to unlock the door to step through? And that's another big point I want to say. Even when we use the keys and open the doors, are we stepping through those doors? Because some of us hold back. And this is another big important part of this journey we're doing, is to not hold back. That it's important to realize we need to step forward in life, to participate, take action. Because I know for me, many years, and I've talked about this in the past in many of my talks, and why to this day you hear me say, don't avoid. It's those fears and judgments why we will hold back and why we will avoid not only doing meditation or doing certain inner spiritual practices like the LAF, but just in doing our life in general. Like there may be things we've been wanting to do in life, but we hold back. We don't do it because we're too scared, no matter what the reason. Okay, we'll come up with all kinds of reasons or excuses and blame this and blame that. Not even realize sometimes when we're doing the blaming and shaming that we're literally using those as excuses to not do the very things we know we need to do. And I'm talking about in physical life. I know, again, the age old, I'm so tired of hearing myself say this. I've been saying it, I think, every class. The age old one for me, you hear for 6 years, Jim always said, what actions are you taking? What physical, let me clarify. I was one of those people doing 3 to 5 hours a day of meditation. So I was doing the inner and handling that. But the guidance I get from Jim is, what physical actions are you taking? In other words, I was avoiding what I needed to do physically to fulfill my journey of why I'm here. Well, what is that? Well, there's those lessons we're meant to learn. In meditation, yes, let's just say, using those figures, 90%, 10%, 90%, God's handling those karmas through God's grace and loving. But that 10%, just like we have 10% of the day to give to God in meditation, well, guess what? We also have 10% of those karmas to handle for ourselves. Okay? Those karmas are where, through our life experiences, where our lessons are. Just as you heard Jim share, that it's important to go and experience and do our life so that those lessons get learned. The difference is when we really give that 10% in meditation with God, well, then that loving and grace goes with us through that 10% of what we are to handle. Okay? And if you want to say, use it as a time thing, well, if we only do 10% of the day with God in meditation, well, then the 90% of the day is for us to do, right? Well, if we do that meditation, then the part that God's doing 90% is where God is coming into the other 90% of the day with us as well. This is literally how this works. And that's what's so important to realize, because a lot of us, when we're so caught up and focused into the world in trying to handle that 10%, and we may use that as our excuse of why we don't do our meditation for 10% of the day. We think we've got to always get all these things done in the world, right? Because we think, oh my God, I've got to take responsibility. I've got to get this done. I got to get this completed. Well, if we're not doing that meditation, then we're doing the day out of the ego, thinking we need to do it. But if we do the meditation, we're actually inviting God in, not only to us in our spiritual journey through the inner realms, but we're also now inviting God in with us even into the outer to do our lives. And that's an important distinction I want to make here, is that as we invite God in to live in and through us in doing our lives day to day, well, that's how then, as we do even the physical actions, that grace comes in and through us and goes before us to clear the way, so that all that we do is now fulfilling those karmic lessons, fulfilling the reason why the soul is here and what it's to learn. And it is that fulfillment, that theme of the year, which really is for the whole lifetime of initiation, is that fulfillment is to really get those karmas done. And that's just a worldly focus, because in getting those karmas done, again, is how we get liberated and return back into the oneness with God. Or shall I say it's more the reflective process? Because in truth, in doing the meditation, the soul's moving into that union with God, and that reflection in the world then will look like now completing the karmas in the world. It's all one and the same. It just depends on which way we're looking at it. And I speak of it this way so that we all pay attention to that, because many of us may not remember those inner experiences, those things where the karmas are being cleared, where God's grace is lifting us up spiritually. But if we look at our lives in the outer reflection, we're going to begin to become more aware of those changes, transformations, and those things in our physical lives to give us those indications of what is changing, transforming, and lifting inside of us. so we can begin to recognize that action of Spirit in our lives, through our lives, inwardly and even in the outer reflection. Okay? These are all points of awareness to pay attention to. Now, when we pay that attention, this is also the self-study of the meditation, self-study, service, threefold path, that can serve us to see where we have yet to work with. So as I was saying a moment ago, to participate in life, to not avoid, okay? So we fulfill our lives, fulfill those lessons. But when we're avoiding, what we'll notice is that there will be things that'll come up inside of us, causing distraction, pulling our energy and our attention. We'll notice it'll bring up the fears, the judgments, the reactions within us. Those are the indicators of those things that stand between us and God. Those are the things we'll often react to and step back from or avoid because it's uncomfortable, no matter what that discomfort is. If it's avoidance, that's the very thing we want to pay attention to so we don't allow it to stop us from this action of fulfillment. So of course, there is the inner work as we share through the meditation, because often God's grace will move and lift it. And if it's not doing that on its own, then this is where the self-study, working with the loving and accepting and forgiving. As Jim was shared again today, how that self-love, self-acceptance, self-forgiveness is the most important key for the LAF to work for us. It's fine to forgive the outer circumstances, people, situations, but until we can really truly forgive ourselves and love and accept ourselves, that's where it truly lifts and frees up and is fulfilled. In a way, it's almost like the greatest lesson of all, but it's not really a lesson. It's the soul, it's the self-love that is the fulfillment. As we can learn and move into that action of loving self, no matter what, unconditionally, regardless of the reactions, the beliefs, the embarrassment, the shame, the guilt, no matter what, when we can let that go through forgiveness and come into self-love and acceptance, there's where fulfillment is on literally a personal spiritual level. And in that we free ourselves now so that we are released and that God truly can now lift us and bring us home. So we have our part to do, that 10% of the day of meditation, but also in that 10% realizing these other components that we need to also practice for that to take place. And truly know and trust that God is walking with us through it all for that to take place. But we have our part to do. Just as Jim shared today, a key unused unlocks nothing. So if it unlocks nothing, well, then the door can't even be open. But if we use those keys and open the door, well, then now it's up to us to step through that door. So that's the part I'm addressing now, is that stepping through. And it is important to understand the stepping through is both spiritually and primarily, because God first, God only, that's the sacred name in the spiritual action. That is always that. And, not or, but and allowing God, what? Not only us to step into God and step through the door, but also now with the door open, allowing God to come in and through us to walk with us through the other 90%. So that every step we take is then fulfilled in this loving embrace. When we do that, that's how we get liberated. That's how the lessons get fulfilled. But when we don't do that, then it's the repetition, as Jim was saying, whether we're guaranteed to get liberated this lifetime or not, that depends on us. Right? This isn't about God doing everything for us. This is about God doing everything with us. we've got our part to do. And God gives us that freedom of choice. God says you can do this with me, or if you choose to do it on your own, well, that's the karmic cycle of reincarnation, the Wheel of 84, all those old terms we haven't talked about in a while. That repetition of karma, it keeps playing and looping on itself when we ourselves, through the ego, are trying to figure it out, trying to get it done, trying to do whatever. It's not how this works. So pay attention that and realize that taking responsibility for our thoughts, feelings, actions, and reactions, it's not about doing it on our own. It's about inviting God in so that we do it together with God. And in that, God will bring to our attention, will bring to our awareness through the loving, revealing the lessons for us to learn so the karmas are completed and fulfilled. But if you hear what I'm saying, that all happens through the loving. It is the loving that fulfills us. It's God that fulfills us. And in that reflective process through that inner spiritual action is where we can have those inner awarenesses and understandings. Call it knowledge if you want, or wisdom, but it's truly an inner knowing of the soul as it is awakened through God's grace that takes place here. Okay, as you guys know, I like to go into the specifics, kind of more of a scientific approach, so that we can recognize, so we don't kid ourselves, because it's too easy to play games and kid ourselves. And believe me, our imagination and our minds will do that. They will do everything they can to distract us, deceive us, and make us believe that we are doing the right and proper thing. Because if they can trick us and have us believe we're doing the right and proper thing, even for our soul's liberation, it just keeps us caught up in that wheel of reincarnation. That's why it takes a lot of trust and faith, but definitely doing the work, doing the 10% of the day of meditation, really paying attention so we don't literally allow ourselves to be deceived by ourselves, let alone other people, circumstances in the world. Because it is ultimately us, regardless of any outer deceptions or tricks. We ultimately are the ones who choose into or out of all of those situations and circumstances. And that is based on according to what we're choosing inside of ourselves. So if we're choosing to deceive ourselves, guess what? We're going to be deceived in the outer reflection. If we pay attention and really take that time with God and Spirit so that inner truth is revealed, well, then we'll begin to see through that inner truth and live that even in the world as we walk through. And then the grace truly goes before us so that all we do and participate in is fulfilled. So if we do that and put that before us, then allowing the inner to go to the outer, then we can walk forward with joy, knowing we are going to fulfill and learn those lessons. And if we can do that, at some point, something inside of us will come into alignment and acceptance and agreement to now step forward and take action, even physically take action, rather than avoid our lives and what we're here to do to learn those lessons. It is so important to not only do the inner, as we say, God first, God only. Most people think, well, then that's only God. Well, it is. But if you understand, God is also in all things. So everything we do is really fulfilling ourselves in God. It's just that in making God first, we need to ever keep our attention at the seat of the soul and up so that we hold our focus spiritually on God through loving. But then in that, we allow that loving to work in and through us so that even then it is God in the world as well. In other words, we see through the eye of loving God in all things. So if we move forward that way, then we're always going to be following God first, God only. And then what we do in the world will truly fulfill our journey, fulfill the karmic lessons, move into liberation, complete and fulfill all of it in the world and in spirit. As above, so below, as below, so above. Because the truth is, it's the soul of who we are that we're awakening to and fulfilling the soul, regardless if it's our actions in the world or actions through the mind, emotions, imagination, and into spirit. It's all about us, all about the soul. We just often confuse that us or who we are as a soul with the me, myself, or I that are parts of the physical consciousness. That's why it is so important, just for that reason, to do the meditation, let alone the real reason of the meditation, to wake up and know our oneness with God. But in that, it'll wake us up to this greater understanding of even that which we've been distracted by or caught up in the world by. We won't know that until we really do the meditation and awaken spiritually, because it is the light of spirit that illumines or reveals what is truly going on inside of us and around us. The ego, as you heard Jim share today, the ego is going to always, it's part of the world. The ego, the mind, emotions, imagination, body is part of the world. They're always going to be part of the world. We're not trying to change that ego structure. We're not trying to dissolve it. We're not trying to spiritualize it. We're not trying to raise its frequency and vibration. We're not trying to do any of that stuff you hear about in the world, because it's all about the world. There's so much, and most all of it is misguided, misled, misunderstood, and rightfully so, because how would anyone know unless they've truly woken up? Even as Jim shared about the Dalai Lama. Even the Dalai Lama didn't want to know what was beyond. If that ain't denial, I don't know. Regardless if that's a soul that knows what it needs to do, which from what I've heard and understand, that's really the case, which is respectable and honorable. But we as initiates have chosen to go beyond that void that, as we heard, the Dalai Lama is just not ready to do yet, I guess. Okay? So not only do we give the keys and the understanding for this action of liberation on this path of sun and light, but even the how-to. Literally the how-to, not only spiritually, but even how to live spiritually, even in our physical lives. And that's what I'm describing now, is that component of how to live that spirit in and through even our physical actions, so that we, the soul, are fulfilled. Even though we can talk about like fulfilling our karmas in the world, learning our lessons, which we are, this is about the soul's fulfillment. As the soul fulfills itself through loving, the outer reflection is the completion, learning, and fulfillment of the karmas that we have in the illusion. I hope this makes sense, what I'm saying. But this is why it only works if we have our priorities straight. And those priorities are God first, God only. That's true fulfillment. Not fulfillment in the world or of the world, but fulfillment of the soul spiritually. And then it's reflected into the world. So important to understand this. And if you do, if you get that and approach it this way, then everything you're going to do, and hopefully you'll realize what I'm saying, any fear you feel, any guilt or shame, even after hearing like Jim was sharing, he wasn't saying all this as a scolding, although some of us or me in the past might have taken it that way. No, it's to give greater understanding and awareness so that we pay attention and realize, oh my gosh, not to take this for granted, and to realize if there's going to be a guarantee, well, that's really up to us if we're going to fulfill any guarantee, right? This comes with a lifetime guarantee. Not 90 days, not 30 days. This is a lifetime guarantee. But it's up to you to fulfill that guarantee. Well, you and God. We're just here to support you in how to do that. Okay? And here's the other blessing. And this is why you'll hear me say there's truly nothing negative. Even guilt and shame. Like if we have guilt, shame, embarrassment come up or fears, most of us will feel bad about that. That's what I used to do. I'd call it double negative. I'd judge myself for feeling or reacting that way. No, I have learned when those show up, those are literally actually blessings because they are calling my attention to where it is inside of me that I am still caught up, that is holding me back from that freedom and liberation. So when I go into reaction, I go, oh, look at that. That's where I'm making something more important than God. That's where I'm caught up. That's where I'm attached. That's where I have lessons to learn, is where I'm reacting in that fear or judgment. Let me look at that in loving so that I can begin to participate with it, look at it, learn from it, take responsibility for it so that I fulfill my soul's journey. Very different approach. But that is the approach we need to take to truly fulfill ourselves, let alone just to love ourselves. We're not going to fully love ourselves if we're busy avoiding all of our reactions because we're trying to be spiritual, trying to be positive, which is what a lot of people do. But then in that trying, there's this denial and avoidance of all those things we need to take responsibility for. And guess what? Until we do, we are literally, consciously or unconsciously, choosing to keep ourselves caught up in the karma and the wheel of reincarnation. Hopefully that'll put a little fear in you. And my joke is, because what? If you heard what I just said, then you realize fear, if you're willing to look and learn with it, can actually now turn out to be a blessing that supports you to move forward into your liberation and fulfillment. Because you'll no longer let fear hold you back, but you'll rather learn to participate, make fear your friend, right? Participate with it, let it reveal to you, even ask it, talk to it. What are you here to teach me? What am I here to learn with this fear? And when we do that in loving, it'll begin to literally, the loving we put into it will begin to lift that fear into the light where we can now see it and learn the lessons that is there, wrapped up in that fear, which is a cloud of darkness surrounding that little spark of truth that is hiding in that fear. But it is only through our loving it and willing to look at it, does it allow it to even come up, because we're no longer denying and avoiding it. In other words, what? Suppressing and pushing away out of our reaction. But rather when we look and allow or accept, it automatically just starts to come up. Literally, it'll just, because loving will draw everything upwards. Loving is uplifting. It'll lift it up. It is us, by choosing to look and participate with it, allows the loving to come in to lift it up, in and up. And then when it's in our view is where we will see it, When it's off behind us, off to the side, we may see it in the periphery, but the more we love it, it'll literally come straight in front of us where we can see it clearly. All right? Many of you may remember stories of where I've talked before where there's karmic lessons and attachments and energy fields I've seen on other levels attached to me, behind me, to my side, and then in front of me. And when it was in front of me, there was no more attachment. And literally the karmic energy revealed to me what it was there and what I was learning. And that's the key. All right? So we've got this inner work to do, which is what it all is. And by making God first and God only, even the greater God in which we're all one, but even that just God that we are, the soul, that spark, this is the process for that God that we are and how it works in this physical creation for this fulfilling, liberating action to take place. Really, how it takes place, but also for it to take place, because we have to be willing and choosing freely into it for it to take place. Okay? And I want to make one more emphasis. The actual physical actions we take are important to do. That's why the joke I said earlier about go get a job, right? Have that responsibility. You guys hear me all the time? Because I needed to go take the physical action that was a way to take responsibility for myself and to learn the lessons that were in that for me that I was avoiding. It was not until I took the action, stopped avoiding it, and moved through it, even physically, then the lessons were able to come up and be revealed and fulfilled. Okay? So yes, it's all done inwardly, and that movement inwardly also then is a movement outwardly, if you want to put it that way. It is literally moving the body through this physical world, through physical actions that are important to do, so we do fulfill this whole movement inside of ourselves, and it's all inside of ourselves. I can't even really say externally, because it's not. But that external participation and action taking is important to do and not avoid. Okay? The key thing is we need to pay attention to what is moving us or driving us to do these things. And that's what I really heard in Jim's sharing today. Is it really that movement of the soul and loving that we know we need to do? Or is it the animal nature of the mind, the emotions, imagination, and body? Because if it is of the animal nature that is driving through our lust, our desires, our wants, our needs to fulfill the animal nature, well, it'll keep spinning on itself karmically. We need to pay attention to that. And this is a big part of the learning, because I know in sharing this and saying this now and what Jim shared earlier, this is the part of us that we will often question ourselves, doubt, and wonder, am I doing it right or wrong? And then we'll be afraid of doing it wrong. And I know I did this for years, and that's the challenge in this, I know. That's often called the battle of the spirit and the flesh. It's also just us and our ego trying to do it right and afraid of doing it wrong. Here's the key. The way I found to answer this was to let go of trying to get it right or not do it wrong. Same thing, just saying it differently, obviously. But rather, always looking to God, doing the inner work, because I found it was only through that inner practice of the meditation and that movement of loving, accepting, and forgiving that revealed the truth. And that's what matters. Because guess what? The soul is experiencing and moving through all the animal nature to have the experience. And when it is ready to get liberated, then in the choices it makes, like I'm saying now, is when we will come into this approach of now looking at it through the eyes of loving and working with the meditation LAF will fulfill it and complete it. So it is the spiritual action of always making God first and God only by which this takes place. But as long as we fear and avoid and hold back from taking those actions, we just simply stop ourselves. And in truth, by doing that, we're making the world first before God. If we make God first, we're going to let go of the fears of doing it wrong in the world, and we'll be willing to just move forward in the world, take action, and realize that through that, the loving will fulfill us as we do the meditation and allow the loving in us and through us to fulfill it. Did I do it justice?
Very good. No, it was a very nice continuation of what I was saying and gave it a lot of good detail of clarity. That was great.
Because that's what you guys hear me share. I'd always hear just this higher teaching with Jim and feel that love and sacredness ever beckoning me, and I'm moving towards it. But then I would realize there would be this lower part of me that would often now judge myself like I'm falling short or I'm doing it wrong. And that's what I struggled with. So what I share with everybody is how I learned to handle that so that I could move into and fulfill what Jim shared. And that's exactly what I did and continue to do now. And that is why you hear me bring up the old story of what actions are you taking, go get a job, because that's where I had the biggest learning and fulfillment in all of this. And I just continue to learn daily doing it, to expand on that, to make sure I keep living into spirit and pay attention and do what I need to do physically so that it is always fulfilled on a continuing basis, rather than letting it back up for 6 years or more.
Yeah.
A lot easier handling on a daily basis, like meditate daily, rather than letting it back up for years. But that's just what we do. A lot of us let these things back up for years. We just don't commit or agree to doing it fully. We too afraid. We've got all of our reasons and excuses. I mean, you name it. Okay, we've all done it. But I say all this so that hopefully in hearing that, you realize it's all okay. There's really nothing wrong in it. It's just that when you're really ready to do it and truly desire that, in other words, God first, God only, when that's the most important to you, is when you'll really do it and fulfill it. And it's true, like Jim said, man, once you get a taste of the soul realm, even the higher mind, let alone the soul realm, is in the higher mind where that woke up for me to begin with. There's no question or doubt, man, I could leave the physical behind. That was even before I was in the soul realm. But when you wake up in the soul realm, it's a joke of why you would even have had even a thought of why you would not want to just go there and be liberated. But how are you going to know that until you really put in the work, literally, to get there? So there's your key in it all, the key that unlocks all the doors. But then you've got to walk through them. And so that's the real key, is walking through them by taking the actions. Okay.
Okay.
All righty. So what we're going to do now, see, it's about 3:35. So we're going to go ahead and take our break. So Lord God, just now we come before you once again, just opening our hearts, opening our minds, and opening our souls to look inwards and upwards to your loving, your joy, your peace, that we may be filled and fulfilled in and through your loving, that as we take this time together in communion and with our eye ever on you, that we ask your grace and loving to move in us and through us for each of our fulfillment. As we move into this time of Q&A, that your wisdom and loving may be present to fulfill through the words, through the grace, and most importantly, through our souls, so that truly all is fulfilled, all is completed. For all of our souls return back into your loving heart. And for all this, we give thanks. And with that, we open the door and welcome back everybody, and we'll jump right on into Tanya reading the questions, and Jim and I will share. And again, for those of you who may want to write in or inspired to while we're doing the Q&A, you're more than welcome to. We just ask that if you do, you make sure to do it before 5:30. That's kind of our cutoff point we found as a good marker so that we can get to all the questions while we're here together. All right. So if you're ready, Tanya, go ahead and begin.
Okie dokie. We're going to start with the first question. It says, Dear Mr. Jim Gordon and Brian Yeakey, with deep respect, I would love to hear about Mr. Jim and Mr. Brian's experiences or perspectives regarding certain spiritual names and lineages from India. At the beginning of my spiritual journey, I studied a spiritual path in India under the masters, and I apologize ahead of time because I may butcher their names because they're quite long, namely Baba Swani Singh and
Baba
Baba,
Sawan Singh.
yes, and
Yeah.
then Baba Sharan Singh.
Yeah.
Do Jim and Brian know them, or have you ever met them?
Yes, and Jim, yes. Go ahead.
But they lived before my lifetime, and I know of their writings and I know of their teachings, and the teachings continue through Sant Mat and the current teacher, and I have met Charan Singh and talked with him, and I had Grinder Singh at the death of
Charan Singh.
Charan Singh.
I know.
Grinder Singh came and visited with me in Hawaii, stayed at our house for 2 weeks, and we arranged for him to do a Sant Mat there, satsang rather, with 300 people. And then we had him come back a couple of years later and do the same again. And it was just a wonderful time, wonderful visit. So yes, I'm very aware of their teachings. And I did know 2 of them, Charan Singh and
Grinder Singh.
yeah, Grinder Singh.
So personally, yes.
Yeah, personally.
And spiritually, definite yes. For me, not personally, but inward spiritually, I have had experiences. And one of the things I'd like to add on to the question, that there are different spiritual teachers on different realms and different lineages, and they all serve their purpose or function. The spiritual teachers that are the teachers of this path of sound and light, such as in Sant Mat, such as what we're doing, such as what I like to say, a whole host of biblical characters, Jesus being the most well-known, as well as others like Rumi, Hafiz, Lao Tzu, many through history that are known and many that are unknown. This is a lineage that there are those souls that specifically serve the action of the Holy Spirit, and the primary action is this pathway of liberation. And it has been around since there's been souls here, and these teachers, you could say, are all related. In a sense, I don't want to call it a brotherhood, but in the Bible, it's been referred to as the sons of God. Other people have referenced it in different names, but it is basically those souls in this lineage, those teachers that serve the action of the Holy Spirit. In truth, we're serving God, but God's expression of loving is what we call the Holy Spirit. And the very specific function of the soul's liberation and the soul returning home to God through that audible life stream, through the sacred name, through this action we call initiation and this meditation. There are those specific souls that serve that purpose. And we know most of each other on the inner levels. It just depends on, well, it depends on what level. In the heart of God, it's all one, so we all know each other. But on these lower levels, it's like your question and what Jim just answered, okay? But I'm trying to answer more of the spiritual level. That, and again, there's other spiritual teachers that serve on other realms, such as through the mental realm. There's many teachers in India that serve on the different realms, the mental, the causal, the astral, and as you heard the Dalai Lama Jim mentioned today, literally up to the etheric realm. But there's very specific lineage or teachers that share into the soul realm and beyond. And that's specifically what we're doing here and what these teachers of the past and the ones you mentioned, that purpose and function is, if I might put it that way. So I hope that answers it spiritually as well as physically. Was that it specifically? Was there anything else in that question, Tanya?
No, there's not any more to the question, but he does have a little statement of sharing below that I was going to
Sure.
wait until after, if you guys are ready. He said,
Yeah.
the fact that I am now on the path of sound and light and ILM is an immeasurable blessing. I feel truly blessed. I used to think that I had to be vegan to be on the path of sound and light, but since I met Mr. Jim Gordon and Brian Yeakey, I can hardly believe that I don't need to be vegan for it.
Yeah, we hear that a lot, including ourselves.
Well, and I can explain that. Over the centuries, the paths have gotten simpler and simpler because more and more souls are walking the path, and more souls have walked it before and are coming back to the path to continue the journey to completion. Centuries ago, people had to fast for 40 days at a time to have different experiences inside. They had to do some extreme things within themselves and with the body in order to be on the pathway properly. They had to study and memorize all these different books, all these different quotes, be able to voice them at any moment. There was just a lot of things that have faded out as the souls have moved along the pathway, and the pathway has gotten smoother and easier, and people are willing to do the inner work. The vegetarian served humanity for a long time, but now we need to let go of the world totally and not place any demands from the world on us that can block us from getting to God. And vegetarian is one of them. No alcohol is another. So many different things can be put up on the pathway as a limitation, as we're not supposed to participate in order to liberate the soul. But eating meat, not eating meat has nothing to do with soul liberation. Nothing. I know that they say the taking of life, but it's all a process of the evolution of the world, and we need to leave it at that and look at what serves our soul on this pathway. And the thing is to keep the pathway simple, keep it focused on God, and do whatever we can just to keep moving forward through meditation, through chanting the sacred name, through inner listening, through following the teachings that have been given to us. So the teachings we have given is the 3 books that I've written, and then what we talk about here. And it's loving, accepting, and forgiving, meditation, sacred name, whole listening within, and letting go of all those elements of the world that try to get in the way.
And we only give 2, and they're not vows, they're not rules. The only suggestions we give with the physical is no drugs and alcohol. Okay, so that's not really about dietary. It's a recommendation by not participating with drugs and alcohol because they're not really nutrition, they're more mind altering substances. Okay, so even with that recommendation we give, I say it that way because we don't want anything to get in the way with God, because you can still partake somewhat and still get home to God. It just, in that altering, can delude ourselves, deceive ourselves, and open things in our aura energetically to allow other elements in that could cause greater distraction. Okay? So really, even those 2 suggestions we give of abstaining from alcohol and drugs is for that more specific reason of that altering of the consciousness here, that tends to keep the consciousness focused down and out and in a sense asleep. And that's the only reason for that recommendation. Okay?
And with drugs, it's about recreational drugs. If you're on medicines for health reasons and to keep the body healthy or alive, then that's okay. But it's medicines, non-medicines, the recreational drugs, the hallucinations, and so on that can really take us off the path of sound and light and back into the world of illusion.
Yeah.
So that's why we recommend that.
And a good example of that is I know it's really popular nowadays to do mushrooms or peyote or these other rituals, kind of more shamanistic things. And people don't understand that's really dealing with just physical and astral level energies. Granted, it may help alter the mind in a way to open up, but it's still a very low frequency. And it doesn't allow or support the action of taking responsibility. It's really a way of giving over our responsibility. And what we're doing on this pathway is taking responsibility and empowering ourselves. Where drugs and alcohol are, as you've heard, is an escape. That in that escape, we're trying to avoid responsibility. Even though I know I've heard people have good experiences of having visions and having greater awareness of self, that's great because that can happen. And for some people, that can actually be a good thing to get them moving on more of an inward focus. But I've talked to some people who've done this, and they even find over time that when they're doing their meditation, doing other activities like that holds them down. And they're aware of it by the frequency. As they've meditated and are ready to go higher, they can tell, wow, the meditation lifts me up higher, but because I'm doing these other things that are just popular out there nowadays, including all the microdosing and all this and that it's a lower frequency. And I'm not trying to downput whatever benefits are there, because I know some people get good, if you want to call them health benefits, or even a little bit from their inner awareness, just to keep in mind, it's a very different thing than what we're doing here. And a lot of people, if they give the meditation a chance what we're doing here, they're going to get everything that they would get doing those other things and way more. It's just a matter of choices, and people give themselves the opportunity of the experience and what goes with that. So I hope we didn't go too far off track from the question or the sharing, but it's wonderful to hear, and it's also a great opportunity for us as reminders and to explain, things like why we're doing what we're doing, and from traditions and old, and how things have progressed, even on the path to sound and light, as Jim shared. It's just been a wonderful process of part of the pathway honors the evolutionary process in humanity, um, because in those disciplines, it helps souls move along the path of choosing more into that action of the Holy Spirit that is, I don't want to say good as in the sense of good and bad, but that is good in that the qualities of God that are in there. And so the disciplines of the past have helped usher that along. And as Jim said, we're at a point in even this evolutionary process for humanity that those have served their purpose previously, even Sant Mat, even presently with all that, that what we're doing here in the West is even an evolution, a step up from that, from the East into this newer, greater simplicity without the needs for those physical disciplines that were previously maybe needed for the souls, just say keeping on track. Enough said. I get too long-winded, I know, on a lot of stuff. So go ahead, Tanya. Was there any more in that statement, or?
Yes, he did want to say, he said, if I may conclude, the path of sound and light that we are currently studying is a shortcut to achieving love for God, to experiencing oneness with God. Because fundamentally, God does not care about karma or all things related to thought and imagination. God only cares about loving, and loving is the gateway to return to God. Thank you so much for your blessings. I love you all, your loving initiate.
How wonderful.
Very well
That's great.
stated.
Yeah, I'm glad he asked all that.
Yeah, love that last statement there. That's fantastic. You got it. Literally, love is the way, and that's it. And that's why we even say, like I say, to the drugs and alcohol, we call it a recommendation, because if you end up doing it, we just always try to recommend to learn from your experience. And if you do it, if you approach it with loving is always going to clear whatever anyway. And then it's just learning from our experience. And that's what we want everybody to do, is just learn from your experience, keep God first, God only. In other words, love first, love only. And the loving's going to really handle it all. We just have to put ourselves in the loving for loving to handle it, right? Okay. I know there's a whole nother lecture around that, but I'm not going to get too long-winded right now. See, it'll show up anyway, and we talk about it all the time anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
Well, that's a great statement. Thank you so much for the person who wrote that in. And welcome if you're newer. And if you've been around for a while, which it sounds like you have at least for a little bit, glad to have you here. All right, Tanya.
Okie dokie. Next is dream travel completion. Dearest Jim, Brian, and Kelsey, I have a few questions that I would like clarification on. Anything you can share with me from Spirit. Number one, Jim, the last talk you did, I heard you mention that as initiates, we can clear a lot in our dream travels. Don't have to do it physically. Is this accurate?
Yes, that's very accurate. And meditation is the doorway into that. The more we meditate, the wider that door opens, and a lot of karmas then can get cleared in our dream state. We'll clear the karma there, so it's done and over with, and we don't have to fulfill it in the physical.
Great. Let's see. She says that I know 25 years ago, when I went through my divorce, I asked you, was I going to be F dot 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 dot? my first husband in my dreams for the rest of my life. You said better in your dreams than in person. And and your line, that's in, let's see, and your line, that's in me always. It takes as long as it takes. I have experienced myself completing karmas in my dream travels, me taking action in my dream travels. Recently, I saw my last job and my last boss. There were just boxes and boxes piled very high and out to the sides a lot. I related to this to my ego karma from when I really wanted things my way and didn't want to change and wasn't flexible, just to name a few. At this last teaching job, I also took mindful minutes, let's see, into mindful minutes at the beginning of my classes, usually 5 minutes, have them close their eyes and meditate and do yoga just to come present. I was being mothers to many children and creating amazing systems for things to function better, teaching children how to learn from their mind, etc. So I see both sides. My boss at the time was in this dream, so I'm assuming I'm completing from her and that job, but also something new. My first husband was there. I have not seen him in years and years. He was cleaning up the boxes. Do people that we were in our lives come to various levels of dream travels or inner experiences and complete the karma for us?
If anything, they're there to kind of clean the karmas for themselves. And you participating with that is your way of clearing the karma or letting the karma go. It may be just being neutral to the process, forgiving them, loving them. It could be that simple. But yes, it's all karma clearing for sure for everybody.
A lot of the dreams we like to say is a language of symbology. And it is very common that different people in our experience or situations or circumstances that are significant symbols of the lessons for us will have them show up in dream, travels or in our experiences. Whether it's really them or not really doesn't matter. What really matters is that the action that's taking place. And when I heard what you're saying in your experiences, to me, that is definitely a cleaning up, a finishing, a completion, a packing up, a clearing away, a moving away. And even the classroom, the first boss, if I understood them teaching, to me, that's also symbolic of saying about learning. So it's also saying to me then that the way I would interpret the symbology and the way you shared this is that you really have learned the lessons that these people were there to teach you. And so they symbolize some type of lesson or multiple lessons. They, in a sense, in the symbol of like the first husband, whatever you were there to learn through that relationship with that individual in the experience, to me, this is saying that you learned now that lesson and it's complete now. Okay. Same thing with that first boss and teaching and all. Whatever it is you were to learn through this experience, through that person, through the process, the circumstances, now that you have gained what it was for you, your soul's journey to really fulfill and complete. And so to me, these dreams are completions. And when we say completions, that's where we often will use the word clearing away and fulfillment as well. And other ways you'll hear us talk about is like that karma's done, it's been dissolved, it's been lifted. These are just other ways we describe it, but it's still all the same action. But it'll always look, not always, but most of the time look like a typical ordinary life experience. And a lot of it can happen through life experience or dream experience that looks like life experience. So if you understand that, Well, remember our sharing earlier, you do your 10%, God walks with you and handles the other 90%. These are good examples of how God helps us to handle the 90% through the inner levels of consciousness, through our dreams, unconsciously, as well as through other direct inner experiences. Is that through God's grace that is really completing these things inside of us, as well as our physical experiences as we walk through life. So that's why, like I was sharing today, pay attention to even your physical life and outer experiences and don't hold back, don't avoid, participate so you have the experiences you need to have to complete that. And if you don't, or even if you do, more than likely you're going to have some kind of inner experience anyway, as your soul is really moving through an awakening and learning the lessons that it's here to learn. That it's what we call karma is just unlearned lessons. So as we have experience, we're learning the lessons. And that's the key in it all, regardless of which level of consciousness. So the more we participate with God's grace, just like I did a little prayer before we started, that was a simple way of literally opening ourselves and inviting God's grace into the flow of how we participate and keep our focus on God first, God only, which is what we definitely want to do answering these questions rather than just coming. Believe me, Jim and I know so much just mentally now from all we've done. It'd be easy to answer a lot of things through our mind. But guess what? If we just answer things through our mind, that's not going to do you any good spiritually. It'll give you information and knowledge, but that's not what we're doing here. What we're doing here is opening ourselves to that loving and grace, and we just try to create a flow so that whatever we answer helps support that opening to the flow of spirit, because we know that it is truly only spirit that is going to fulfill us in the lessons and the karmas and bring us home. Big difference than just the information. Even though I know it sounds like we give a lot of information, all that information we share is based upon that flow of spirit so that it supports each and every soul here that is looking to get liberated on their journey to go home. Good answer, Jim.
Yeah, right after that, she shares, after that, it says, because it was like I didn't have to do all those boxes, he was going to handle it for me.
Oh,
I could just walk away and move on, and it would be completed. Does
nice.
that come out of the LAF over and over and over and over?
Yes.
Yep.
Yep. I don't, let's see, I don't experience hatred or anything towards him anymore. I'm grateful for the lessons he brought me. Most of them sucked, but it also taught me to stand up in my truth and to stop abuse and get a restraining order.
Good for
Very
you.
good.
Seriously, that is awesome. You got it. You're learning the lessons, you're understanding it, and now you're empowered in taking those actions to support yourself. And even a restraining order, those are sometimes literally actions we need to even do physically to empower ourselves. And it's just great to hear that. So good job. Thank you for writing in and sharing, let alone the questions. Again, Jim and I always appreciate questions, not only to give the person writing in an understanding and support, but for everybody, because everybody benefits from this. We all do. Believe me, if I didn't have all this when I was doing this, man, I don't know what I would have done. Well, I do know what I would have done. I would have kept doubling down on the meditation,
Yep.
like I did anyway. The previous place I was doing this journey before coming with Jim, I'd never had my questions answered to the degree that we do here in ILM. We give so much understanding, really more than any other pathway I've ever seen. I mean, the path of liberation, I don't know about others, but the pathways of liberation that I know of, I've never seen this level of Q&A. So,
Yeah, that's true.
Okay, question number 2. For as long as I can remember, I have seen this heart with a candle standing up and the flame burning. At the point at the bottom where the two sides come together, was where the candle started. The flame was up towards the top. I've made art pieces of it, even chose my last name from it. While I was meditating or dreaming, I would see the candle rise out of the heart, and it's now sitting on the top between the two bumps. What is the significance of the heart with the candle burning, and what is the significance of the candle moving upward and repositioning itself on top?
You want to start?
Well, to me, it means the candle is a symbol of your own light, your own soul. And it was showing you that at that time, your focus was more in the heart consciousness of the body. And, and that's where you were working from. But now that the candle has risen up to that higher part of the heart, to me, it's telling you that it's now up here at the seat of the soul. And it's not a part of the body anymore so much. The soul is liberating itself from the body consciousness and from the body world. And so it's a very good symbol. I mean, it's an excellent symbol of a movement upward in liberation.
Yeah, this is really good symbology. I want to share a little more to expand on what Jim was sharing, because I always find it valuable to share, because so much of the world and what's being taught out there nowadays, and there's an abundance of it, everybody's talking about coming from the heart. Share your heart, speak from your heart. And they literally are meaning the heart chakra here, which is great because it is the place where there's loving, there's compassion. It's a wonderful place. But this heart is still in the world. It's still part of the world of illusion. It's not the spiritual. That candle, that is, that inner light, is the light of our soul. That is in the soul realm, the spiritual realms. Once you go below the soul realm or below the eyebrows here, you're entering into the world of time and space. In other words, you come into the etheric realm, which the throat chakra represents, then the heart level, which actually is the level of mind, then the emotional level, the astral level, the physical level. Each chakra is a microcosm here in the body, as there's a of the macrocosm out there. So that heart level there, which is where most of the world is speaking and where our karmas actually are, but it is through that loving, that this divine spark of the soul of who we are, as that enters into this, is what helps us to transform those karmas. So in this world, we need to partake of that. That's like, to me, like the first step of what I would call into spiritual freedom, not liberation, freedom. When we can begin to express that divine essence of who we are through our heartfelt expressions, whether it's actions, thoughts, words, deeds, whatever, that begins the process of transforming the karmas. And then is from here, though, this is the difference of what we're doing in ILM or any path of sound and light being taught by a true teacher of this pathway, is now taking that divine spark from the heart level and raising it up to the soul level. This is soul liberation. This is freedom. This is liberation. So to me, the symbology there is wonderful of you as a disciple on this pathway, is moving from this level of heartfelt on up into the soul level, which is grace, right? And I'm making this is the truth using the words, but I'm also making a little pun because I know who's writing in from this. Heartfelt to grace. So you got it. From the heart to that inner flame of the soul, or what we like to call sometimes the spiritual heart, is here too. And this is where the grace of the Holy Spirit communes with the soul. And this is what liberates the soul from all of this here of the physical body, even the soul level of the physical body. It's where it's lifted and transformed through God's grace. And that's what the sound current and the sacred name does. All right.
Perfect. Okie doke. So, question number 3. The last guided meditation that Brian did was saying something about looking at the mountain. I was looking at the mountain from very far away. The top was open and brighter than any light I've ever seen here. The white light was coming out of it. Then Brian said a sentence using clarity, understanding, wisdom, and truth. Immediately, I saw myself on those white steps that I walk up. The first step is clarity, the second step is understanding, and so on. I have stepped off and ascended from the top of, from the top of the white light. This time I flew over the valley and the mountain that was glowing almost like a volcano, but different. I was looking down into like open top of a volcano crater and seeing the white light from above. What is the symbology of all of this?
Want me to answer, or you
Yeah,
want to do
go
it?
ahead.
So, as I shared earlier, there's the macrocosm, which is all the outer realms, or we call the spiritual realms from, once we go out the physical, we go to the astral, the causal, the mental, etheric, and soul. And then the microcosm that is the same thing, but just us personally, individualized. Just like the soul is a spark of God, you've got God that is all this, and then the soul that is all this. Okay? So in the spiritual journey, there in the spiritual realms, the soul is traversing up what we call the spiritual mountain that is through these realms. And at the very top, as you go into the etheric realm, is where you now are climbing to the peak of that mountain. And the very peak now, just like on a pyramid, the capstone. Well, that capstone, like if you see on a dollar bill, there's an all-seeing eye. Well, that's symbolic of the soul, the eye of the soul, and that's at the peak, which is the soul level. So when we're at the peak of that mountain or pyramid in spirit, that's literally now we've entered the soul realm. So in the microcosm of that, well, we have our own inner mountain and our own physical consciousness or inner pyramid that we climb as well. So when we're now coming to the peak of that, we're entering into our soul consciousness here. All right. And then as we enter into our own soul consciousness here is where we can now leave the body and traverse the inner. And they will often correspond to each other as we're traversing those inner realms. Can I have you read that part again so I can now specifically answer the question, but I need to lay the groundwork first like I just did.
Okay, let me see. Do you want where it says the top was open and brighter than any light?
Yes, perfect. Thank you. That's enough. Got it. Yes, so from here, the soul level, where the very top now is the seventh chakra. That would be in spirit, the spiritual realms, but in our body here, that'd be like the peak, right? Or a volcano, like if it blew its top open. Well, that's it, because as a soul now, not only comes as a soul level, but as it continues the journey beyond the soul level, well, what's beyond the top of a mountain, right? You've got all this air and space now between the top of the mountain and the sun. So the top of the physical consciousness now that is open. So in other words, you were flying in the experience. So to me, that is showing that your soul now is step free of this physical consciousness here. And so flying over it, you're able to look down into your physical, in other words, like the top, the crown chakra, and seeing that light in there. So now you're seeing, literally looking in, seeing that light of your soul that inhabits this physical body and consciousness here. All right. So you're getting to view that. And that's what happens as we lift higher and higher in spirit. We get that higher perspective. When we have that higher perspective, what do we have? Greater clarity, greater understanding. And then out of that, what? Greater wisdom and the truth of all that is there. Okay, so to me, that's showing you've risen above the physical consciousness here now and are from that higher perspective getting to see that as above, so below, but from above, seeing it now clearly. And that's often what happens is that we'll be able to look down on our physical consciousness, our physical life, and in that recognition, it's important to have, this is why I say don't avoid, but to confront things. Well, whether it's the illusion or the truth, we want to confront it all because it's only by confronting it that we really see it for what it is, accurately, factually, not based on opinions or subjectively, but literally seeing it for what it is. So spiritually, that's what we're doing. We're waking up to the truth of what is, not the illusion. But in order to do that, we've got to wake up or rise above. That's why you hear Jim all the time say, rise above the mind. You've got to get above it. You're not going to figure it out while you're in it. You got to rise above it. It's because when you're above it, you can actually see it for what it is, not the make believe that it'll have you believe. Okay, so this is a really great example of what you're sharing here in your experience of rising above it and now seeing it for what it is. Was there more to that, or did I answer that? You can go ahead and read the rest again just to make
I
sure.
was looking, let's see. You talked about the steps as she walked up, the wisdom, clarity, understanding, and truth. And then she said, "This time I flew over the valley." I think you talked about that. She said the mountain that was glowing almost like a volcano, but different. I was looking down into like the open top of a volcano crater.
Yep.
Uh, yeah, I think you
So
covered.
you're describing the journey there too, because like even flying over the valley, well, that's what is it Psalms 26,
Third,
23rd?
yeah, you
Um,
have walked through the valley of shadows.
There you go. So, like Jim just said, walk through the valley of shadows. Okay. So, that to me is saying you, the soul, and your freedom now is flying over the valley of shadows. So, in other words, you're above the mind and above the etheric, the unconscious, and then even above the soul of the body. That's what the whole looking down into the top of the volcano. So, you literally are describing that journey of the soul moving through and above and beyond those levels. And that's exactly what this process of soul liberation is. So that says a lot, how you're doing on your journey. In other words, you've really moved into a level of freedom and liberation now, through all of this. And you'll continue. But again, we've got to see that first. And then once we see that it's fulfilled, and then the soul will even now begin to turn more upwards and go higher and higher. And that's the greater journey of what we can say now moving into the ocean of loving. And that's the real fulfillment. First level of fulfillment is the soul waking up on the soul realm and into itself. And that's the beginning of moving into the oneness with God. And then beyond that is going into the beingness fully with God, beyond any individualization, beyond any form, and into the formless and true oneness. So that's exciting. Good job. That's exactly what we want for everybody on this pathway here.
Yeah, that's beautiful. The
Mhm.
last thing that she said was, "Thank all of you so much for all that you do for us, your loving initiate."
Thank you. With much grace, beyond heartfelt. Thank you for sharing. Really, really good sharing and symbology. And it's good for all of us to hear this. So we, again, it serves everybody in these Q&As, which is why I love doing this, so we all benefit. All
Okay,
right.
moving on to the next one. Let's see. It says, "Thank you for that great last class. And sorry if those questions seem funny to you, as they are fun for me to ask, but they are not a joke and a true asking at a level of understanding and wanting to understand a bit my after death ascension. From listening to you today, Jim, After you pass, Jim, you will need an initiate to take your hand to move forward to show you the way, or can you move up alone yourself if that hand doesn't show up? I assume for us initiates, we will see that hand show up just in the time we are ready to go up. If that hand doesn't show up, then I guess we need to wait for it. Is it still looking like a physical hand or an invisible spiritual hand with known physical forms of you two? Please answer whatever you are willing to share about. Thank you.
Well, it'll be a radiant form of myself or Brian or another teacher. Some people see Jesus because that's who they've been very devoted to in this lifetime. But it's all just one and the same. It's the Holy Spirit. And so you're going to see a form. Me, Brian, Jesus, or whoever comes to take that action with you. And you don't even have to take the hand. Sometimes I just walk before the disciple and just keep calling them forward. And sometimes I walk on their side. It just depends upon the moment and how it unfolds. But it's always a very spiritual action, and it's not necessarily that they know that they've been liberated, but that they've been doing the work. They've been doing the meditation, they've been loving themselves and others, and they've done forgiveness. And in that, they're going to wake up as we walk along and realize they're leaving the creation behind, and that they're stepping free into something very different, which is the soul realm and the spiritual realms.
And I'm not quite sure what they were referencing in the first part of it, because they didn't say what it was, and there's a lot we did the last class, so I don't really know. Did they give any reference, Tanya, that first part?
No, I think it was in reference, other than when she said the last class, I think she's referring to the confessions and counselings that we just did last week.
Oh,
Um, and yeah, she said, sorry if those questions seem funny to you, as they are fun for me to ask, but they are not a joke and a true asking at a level of understanding and wanting to understand a bit. Uh,
Sure.
yeah,
I don't actually remember what question she's even referring to,
sure.
which is great though, because it's not like I need to answer. I was just wondering if there was anything, because I'll just say in regards to that's wonderful. And I'm all for a good laugh anyway. As you know, I like to even play and have fun with even the really sacred and important questions for each person. I like to just literally enjoy the process, whether it's a very serious focus or me, I like to get silly and playful, but don't let the, silly or playful disregard the actual question. It's never meant to. It's meant to just enjoy the freedom and this process of upliftment and liberation that we're doing here together. So, if anything, if I played her around and made light of things, if the person who wrote this took that as I didn't give importance or they thought I was just joking, I apologize for that, because I never just joke. I joke around all the time, but my jokes, pretty much for the most part, are to support the actual action as well as the information. And I'm actually more concerned about the action than I am about the information. And I know sometimes out here people can misinterpret maybe the way I communicate or how I communicate. But regardless of that, I want everybody to know, regardless of how anybody interprets what I say or do, always my intention and focus is always to support any question, any disciple on this path for their greater good and upliftment, regardless of how it's delivered, regardless of the information, any of it. It's always an attempt at the least to support the person into their greater freedom. So it's not that I'm asking the person to write in and say what it was. It doesn't even matter. I just want to take the moment to clarify to make sure that people understand that, because it kind of sounded like the person may not have understood whatever and however that was from previously. So I just want you to know that. So
Now,
good for you. Yeah. Go ahead,
yeah,
Tanya.
the first question, I want to repeat it because there's part of it that I'm questioning. It says, from listening to you today, Jim, after you pass, Jim, you will need an initiate to take your hand to move forward to show you the
Yeah.
way, or can you move up alone yourself if that hand doesn't show up? I
Yeah.
remember Jim sharing that he would need, when he
Yeah.
passes, that someone would show up for him. So I'm wondering if that's what the question meant.
Probably. Yeah, the one that would show up would be either Jesus or the teacher that initiated me in this lifetime.
Not me.
You might, that's possible.
I'm going to answer for Jim in this case. And I can actually do that because of my own experience. It's very similar, if not the same. Once, as a teacher, we've been initiated, and our teacher initiated us, took us into liberation and our oneness with God. It's really more of a direct relationship with God. So when we go, we don't necessarily have another teacher come forward and take us up, or we take their hand. That can happen, but usually it's just a very direct going wherever God wants us. It's really more of a direct relationship with God, and not necessarily with or through another teacher, but that may happen. Again, all of it's according to God's will, how God wants it done. So it's a little different in my case or Jim's because of the stage of the journey we're in, but it was no different for me as I was waking up and merging into that as well. I mean, Jim literally not only took me into the soul realm, he took me all the way into the heart of God. I mean, the very top of the spiritual realm. So it's all of that. So I want to, that's my perspective, if that's okay.
That's very good.
Sharing
No,
that,
that's,
if I even
that's
say.
actually clarifying that much better than I would.
Yeah, because you actually did share that today,
Yeah.
which I don't think I've actually ever heard you say that quite like that today. So that's a good question. Good ears. People are listening.
Yeah, I like that.
But if Jim did, it probably would be Jesus if there was a form, but more than likely it'd be God directly. That's my actual direct experience, so that's why I'm saying that.
True, true.
And maybe God will play a joke on Jim because he knows how much fun Jim likes to have with me, and I'll show up. Say, come on, keep your eyes on me, follow me.
And I'll just say, are you sure you know the way?
Oh, you should have brought that up, Tanya, because now we're gonna get into our joking around, and Jim will have a good few digs at me.
Well, people probably would enjoy that.
Yep, they do. They're laughing right now. All right, Tanya, next.
Okie dokie. This morning's walking dream. Dear Jim, Brian, and Tanya, what profoundly powerful sharings and juicy, nourishing meditation to open up today. Thank you so very much.
I
Way
don't
to,
think I've heard it described that way.
I know, juicy,
That's pretty good. It's
right?
very, very moist. We actually, did you guys over there have a really hard downpour for just a few minutes and then it's gone?
Nope.
We did right here, literally like,
It just-
what?
Lord, I haven't seen it rain that hard in
It's
forever.
literally right at noon. It just downpoured here and then it's done. So that's funny.
Yeah, that's funny. Maybe intuitively she knew it was juicy over there with you guys.
All right, we've opened the door to my silliness.
Yeah,
And Jim starts
Thank-
coughing. Every time we start laughing, he starts coughing.
Thank you so very much. Way to wrap up class for the year. And then it says, walking dream this morning. I was in a large office in some sort of hotel in conversation with two men who ran the hotel. I didn't know them, but they knew I was a storyteller. They wanted me to go upstairs to the very top floor where the outdoor pool was, and they wanted me to film undercover. They weren't telling me this in words, but telepathically. Apparently, there were a couple of pool staff members upstairs. They wanted me to film, but it was all a bit vague. So I went upstairs, first in an elevator, and then had to climb a set of stairs. It took me to the top floor of the tall building and out to the pool. There was no one around except the two staff members where I think were the pool attendants. Both men were wearing white. It didn't feel to me like they were doing anything wrong. In fact, it felt like they were good people. It wasn't clear exactly what I was meant to be filming. Were the two men downstairs wanting me to simply film establishing shots of the pool area and staff members for a scene in a film, or were they wanting me to capture staff doing something they were suspecting them of? Question mark. I realized I was not comfortable to be part of what they were asking. It felt underhanded and unclear. And then I realized almost effortlessly, oh, it's my choice, and I choose not to be a part of this. The old men would have felt like, hang on, the old me would have felt like I had to do it and couldn't stand up and say no. As I decided no and felt very clear about it, I realized I hadn't even brought my phone with me, so I couldn't have filmed anyway. But it also meant I didn't have my credit cards or cash with me, which I normally carry in my phone cover. I don't remember the end fully, except that my dilemma was how to get back downstairs, because to get back downstairs, it required me to buy a ticket and pass uh, let's see, pass through turnstiles somewhat like those in an underground subway. As I woke, I was in between the dream and this world, and I was deciding what to do. I realized I could easily ask someone to borrow cash to buy a ticket back downstairs, but I realized I didn't need to go back, and I just let it go. I just felt neutral and very calm because eventually coming back to fully waking up from the dream. Anyway, it's all a bit vague, but curious if there's any learnings or lessons in my walking dream this morning after an unusually delicious and deep night's sleep. Big hugs and love to all.
Juicy and delicious. You
Well,
want
it
to
sounds like you resolved it in this dream state when you decided to take authority over things and make a decision for yourself rather than reacting and trying to please people. And so I think it's showing you that you're moving into a greater independence and um, belief in your own true self rather than looking outside yourself for the truth. And that's good. And, not being able to get back down easily without getting some money from somebody else and so on and so forth, to me means, um, to me, it would mean telling me I don't really necessarily have to go down. If I don't have the means and the funds by which to do it, then they're gonna have to come to me if they really need to know what's going on, because I have no means to get down there myself.
So I'll start at the end and go backwards. That last part where Jim was leaving off about the money. Um, well, first I want to say the top of the building is often symbolic of the top of our consciousness here. Okay. So to me, that's saying that you're beginning to tap into that soul level, and the pool. Usually, a pool is more of our own personal lake of reflection. as you've heard us talk about the spiritual kingdom from the soul realm and the etheric, we talk about the lake of reflection, that all this creation of time and space from above, it's like a lake. And then that water is what reflects the light from above and down into the below. So a pool is like our own individualized part for our soul's journey and through our own little pool of reflection. Even like you hear of reflecting pools and all that, it's literally like that. So to me, when you were going back down and you needed money, well, this world, it's called paying off our karmic debts. You've got to pay your way. You've got to earn your way, right? That's about karma. So you're finding as you move down from the soul level down here and entering back into karma, well, that takes a ways and a means, which money is very symbolic of that. Okay. So to me, saying you didn't have that is also letting you know you don't really need that, especially when you came to the conclusion you did, because living more from the soul consciousness, you're going to be living more in that loving and grace that is now not living according to karma. All right. And then that process of going up is saying where you started in the world and now going to the top floor is about you now coming up in your consciousness to that upper room, the seat of the soul, the upper room. And out there, to me, taking a picture is really, in a way, you could say, recording in your mind or showing you what you've been living. And it's like taking a picture or a movie of from that higher perspective now for you in your awakening. Because we sometimes talked about the way spiritually is like the soul being above the lake of reflection, and when the light of the soul shines on the top of the water, it's like a film, just like a movie projector. There's a light, there's a film, and then as the light shines through the film, it projects the images on a screen. Well, it's kind of like that. So to me, you about taking pictures is about you beginning to wake up and see the images that the light of your soul is projecting. And that projection then would be the pictures or film. And that to me is beginning to wake up and see what that is going on. So now with that understanding, if we look at these couple men and the part of you feeling uncomfortable and not sure what to do, this is also indicating, again, this is my interpretation. So this would be indicating to me that in your waking up now, but still kind of more just beginning to rise above all the physical world, to me, two men often represent duality. When there's two, there's the duality, right? Positive, negative of the physical world. So there's, to me, they can be symbolic of the duality of the world. And to me, you being uncomfortable with that is just saying that uncomfortableness or discomfort is letting you know, oh, that's what comes with the world. I don't want to participate with the duality of the world anymore, because that duality of the world is deceptive. What was the word they used, Tanya? Was it underhanded or something?
Yeah, I think that's what it was. Let me look.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see it.
Yeah, so regardless of what the actual word is, it's the recognition of the energies of the world, which is the duality, the deception, the underhandedness, the lack of integrity, because that's what the world does to try to deceive us so that it traps us. But you recognizing in the way you did, like, okay, don't trust them, is to me you waking up and not and realizing now, oh wow, don't trust the world because it is deceptive. Okay, and that's what happens once we start waking up to the soul level. So to me, it says you're just beginning to enter in, maybe not necessarily totally free yet, but that's how it is. It's stages of waking up. But in the awakening, one of the phrases I like to often say, to wake up to knowing the truth of who we are, we're also going to wake up to the illusion and what it is. So to me, this is you waking up to that truth and also now seeing the illusion for what it is, and now realizing, wow, that's underhanded, uncomfortable, not to really trust it. And so now you're really waking up and having awareness of that, to the illusionary duality of this physical creation. And again, coming back down, having to pay your way is part of the world of paying our karmic debts. But realizing, no, you don't necessarily need to do that. Because once you start living in soul, you live in that loving and grace that is now, the loving is about grace. It's no longer about paying the karmic debts. So this to me is saying that you're beginning to step into that knowing now of who you really are, and the greater freedom that comes with that. So you begin to make these choices now that really empower you and support you. And as you keep doing that, you're going to find yourself stepping into greater freedom, as well as the liberation, and noticing the changes in your own consciousness, let alone even maybe how you participate or how you perceive things in the world, because that usually comes along with it. Did that answer? I think a lot.
I think,
We got most. If not, if there's any other parts, Tanya, in there that you remember or can read again, we're happy to go back into it. But I think we got the gist of it.
Yeah, no, I think you answered it all. Yeah,
Okay,
perfect. All
cool.
right, let's go to the next one. Dear Jim, Brian, and Tanya, I am so grateful for both of your talks today. Amazing start for the summer break. Thank you. I have a question. How can I know the difference between these two? Distractions from the outer that do not serve me. It feels like I have had enough from it already. Or if I avoid something important, I should be learning / experiencing. So it is not done yet.
That's the whole question.
Well, I think she's wanting to know the distinction between the two. Is if it's a distraction that's no longer serving her, or if she's avoiding something important that she needs to learn from. Um, yeah, she's saying distractions from the outer.
Oh, this is funny. I mean, I could mentally give an answer, but there's something else going on energetically.
mhm.
How do you want to?
The thing is, in any instant like that, one way or the other, it's really pay attention. Pay attention and see that what is coming forward for you, is it going to serve you? Is it going to distract you? Is it something that you've already done, but for whatever reason, maybe habit, that you're repeating it again? You're drawing it to you to have to repeat it. So I would say don't dismiss it just because you don't understand it, but rather look at it and see if you can begin to understand, why is this here? What is it I'm supposed to learn from this? And see if you can, because it can be a lot of different reasons. It could be one, you keep pushing it aside so you don't have to deal with it. Two, it's something that you've already dealt with over and over, and you just keep repeating the pattern out of habit, and you don't need to repeat the pattern again. I mean, you have to really look at it and just see, what is this about? And don't push it aside just because you don't want to deal with it, or you see it just as a distraction, because it could be a lesson in it, and you want to see if there's a lesson for you. If there is, learn it. If there isn't, then I would say don't dismiss it, just set it aside and say, okay, thank you, and move on.
I should just leave that alone.
You should.
Let's see if I will.
I'm coughing because air conditioning is blowing on me, and it's kind of affecting me a little bit.
Yeah, that's it.
That's why I have the sweater on. It's cold for me.
So I'll just say energetically that I think it was the first part Jim actually answered for you, is just really pay attention, because I know a lot of the times, and I did this for myself too, a lot of the times we so badly will want our freedom and liberation that we will sometimes mislead or kid ourselves into we're done with something and we don't need to do that anymore.
Boy,
And be careful with that, because that's where we can, it ultimately it doesn't really matter, doesn't hurt us. But it does cause more struggle, stress, confusion when the energies come back on us, because we've been playing a game on ourselves and wanting to avoid and not truly handle or take responsibility for something. And so that's what I would really look more at in the way Jim answered that. I like the clarity in the way actually Jim answered that as well, so that you have references now for both ways. But it seems like part of it is, again, wanting to avoid and not fully handle, because the difference is when we really no longer avoid and we really take responsibility, the loving will dissolve those energies, will become neutral with whatever the situation or question is. Okay, so let the neutrality be more of a indicator. If you still question, doubt, wonder, seem confused, or feel pulled or swayed one way or another, that's letting you know that part of you is trying to avoid something you don't want to handle, which is what most of us do. It's a natural response to avoid something we don't want to handle because it's uncomfortable or whatever the reason. But pay attention to that. And again, when we're willing to really take responsibility and handle things, well, one, we're gonna get the karma handled and learn the lesson that is there for us, which ultimately is actually a blessing in what we want to do to fulfill our soul's journey. And then your indicator, when you really do that, there'll be neutrality and there won't be any question or confusion or doubt. So if there's no question, confusion, or doubt, and it's neutral, there's your answer. And then it's really done. It'll no longer even be a question of whether it's a distraction or not.
and I'd say if it keeps coming up, there's a lesson there
Yeah.
expecting you to finally learn it. And so then I would say enter into it and see what the lesson is, because it may just be a simple having to forgive something. It may be telling somebody that you're sorry. It could be a lot of different things. But it's the world looks for fulfillment to completion, and so it's gonna drive the point home. Okay, you've done it all, but this, just do this, and we'll just put it off and say, no, I did that already. And I've seen that happen for people so many times. I myself, I thought I'd completed something, and then 3 months later, here it comes again, and I'm going, oh, come on. I've done this, what are you doing? And I learned quickly from that we may have learned an element of it, we may have learned a layer of it, but there's more yet to learn. So be willing to open up again and say, okay, what's next?
That's a good one, especially like in communication.
Oh, yeah.
You know, how I encourage people to have those good heartfelt communications, but they're scary, so people avoid them. And then some people will go and have one conversation and like, oh, okay, I did that, and think they're done. And I'm like, well, you're done with the first step. Now you've got to walk through to complete all the steps, complete all the communications until it's just neutral. And so that's the important thing to do, is just, again, follow through all the way till literally there's nothing left. And hopefully you heard what we gave would be the indicators so that you would know when that's really complete. And that's the truth. The biggest thing on this path is not to kid ourselves, but to really be honest with ourselves. That's the whole idea of like the confessions and counselings class I do. It's just all it is being honest with ourselves. The more honest we are with ourselves, the more true to ourselves we're being. And that's the way to liberation. Alrighty.
Yeah, she also has a dream that she would like answered. It says, also, I had a dream where I was bringing a small white kitten everywhere during the dream, on my hand, on my shoulder. It was it a representation of my soul? It got bigger and I took good care of it, but it was kind of a scary dream, bringing it into the wild world without a cat box. Thank you for your clarification. Have a wonderful break and see you on the inside.
You want to start or you want me to?
No, go ahead.
Um, no, that's not your soul. But it is a nice representation. It's really more of a representation of your basic self, or what we sometimes call the inner child, which is more animal in nature. So you've got a good symbol of really more your inner child. Cats are often more symbolic of a feminine inner child, where dogs are more often symbolic for men. But I won't even say men and women. I should really say more the feminine and masculine qualities. And this isn't general overall, but in your case, to me, this is more the feminine qualities. And the white cat is saying to me more of the purity of the feminine qualities. And the white can also represent the innocence, to become like a little child to enter the kingdom of heaven. Well, it's like the innocence there. So the animal nature, that's part of this world, is now entering into more that purity, that innocence, of a childlike, with a curiosity, with a willingness, a playfulness, and with that. And the what was it her in her hand, and oh, on the shoulder. So that's also telling me, like in your left and right side, the whole things of where there's a devil and an angel on your shoulder, like the parts of our consciousness. It's like that. So to me, this is saying that through that inner child this represents is that you're learning now more through, I guess you could call it your intuition or your gut instincts, all that is of the physical qualities that inner child represents, of the physical and emotional nature. That part of the process of getting liberated here is also working with that basic self and learning through the process. It's where a lot of the karmas are held, through this. Okay, so to me, it's showing the white is transforming that, and it's more the feminine nature. So a way I would look at that, especially when you said fears. So to me, all the animal nature deals with fear in the world, right? It's the food chain. It's kill or be killed, fight or flight. So all the animal nature. So to me, it's showing you're becoming more aware of that animal nature and a child inside that deals with fear and survival, food, water, companionship, all of that of the world. And these are where our karmas are that we've got to work through. And a lot of it will be bringing peace, but a lot of bringing things to peace might look more like, harmony, balance, contentment, those types of things. And so when the animal nature in us is more answered, we're going to have more of those experiences of like the balance, harmony, peace, contentment. We're going to feel safer, more accepted, more loving. Just like a cat can be cuddly and loving. And again, on the shoulder is dealing with the conscious, like the good and bad. In this case, the good, you're becoming more aware of that nature of you, like the good the good part of your basic self. You know, if you have one like me that's always misbehaving, you could call that the bad one. So you've got a good one. And to me, even holding it in the hand is where you can kind of see it, that you're learning, because our hand is where we both receive and give. To me, it's learning now that those good qualities of the basic stuff of the animal nature in you, that you're learning how to really work with that in your physical consciousness and the world around you. Okay? And it's your loving of the soul as you open to that and allow that in, that allows the transformation of the consciousness and that basic self and inner child to become more in harmony with and to come into peace and balance. Because it's only the soul that can really fully bring that. Not, you know, not going to animal training school. They can help. That's a lot of the world. What it does is help to train the animal nature in us. But the only thing that'll bring peace and balance and contentment is really that loving and peace that comes through the soul. But in that transformative process, it'll change, transform that animal nature to more of that white color into more of a loving, gentle, where we feel more safe. So to me, you see in the fear is recognizing that part in the animal nature, but also know that it's being transformed through your awareness and choosing more into what that white represents, is more spiritual, more loving, more pure in that way. Does that work?
Yeah, that works very good.
Anything more you want to add?
No, I think that does it.
Anything I missed in there, Tanya?
Nope.
Okay.
All right, next one is titled Children. In
All
the
right. Cats
right?
and children, yes.
In the past, you have shared that we choose our parents for this lifetime to support our soul's need to fulfill. What about our children? Do we as parents choose them as well? I have a daughter who has been struggling with attachment issues, specifically me as the mother, really since birth. I have been trying to transition our relationship to more of a connection in place of attachment, but it has been challenging. Your words of wisdom would be greatly appreciated. Loving and gratitude to all.
I'll let Jim answer this one.
Well, we're drawn together because I have lessons to learn from you, you have lessons to learn from me. And so we're teacher and student with each other, especially in a relationship of parents. And sometimes the hard part is for the parent to realize that they can learn from their child as well as help their child to learn. And so in this, I think it's trying to say that you're approaching it properly because you don't want to feed the attachment energy. You want to help her to learn independence, detachment, whatever that might be. Still very loving, but not so caught up and trapped in the energy of another person. And so I would just approach it from that angle and do what you can to show them what that looks like, talk to them about it, see what it is that's really going on for them that makes them feel maybe dependent upon you or needy of you, and begin to have an open conversation back and forth. A lot of it will just be cleared up in the conversation, I have a feeling.
Another side of I've often shared, just like the last one, the basic self, the animal nature. Well, kids are also obviously a very direct extension, especially when they're, little kids, when they're born until they're 6, 7, 8 years old, till the mind sets in. That basic self, childlike nature in all of us, when as a parent we have children, it's like externalizing our own inner basic self. Okay. It gives us the opportunity to learn more about ourselves through our relationship with the children. So what is supportive of what your goal or direction or intention is in your relationship as you described, which is really great because you got to have some kind of clarity or direction you want to move. Then you can also, that's not going to happen just by making it happen. It's there to serve you. Remember, every relationship is there to serve us because it's helping us learn and discover and awaken to something more within ourselves. That's how we fulfill a lot of our lessons. Okay. So, in the process of moving more into this detached connection rather than attachment and need, is by fulfilling those lessons to look what is there that you're learning in your relationship with your child. And so as you start to learn and answer that in yourself, then through that and through loving, it's going to automatically begin to create the detachment. And loving is always connected. You cannot separate from loving. All these other things just get in the way of that loving connection. So those things that are in the way are automatically lifted, dissolved, removed by us doing that inner work and fulfilling our lessons. So look at the relationship, look what you're learning and all of that. Look at where you're needy, where you're attached in those areas within yourself that you are seeing with your child, and look to see what that is inside of you. You're also trying to answer through this relationship. And as you see that, you fulfill your lessons, and literally you'll move right into loving and gratitude. And that's the beautiful thing about it. A lot of people think they have to set boundaries, and that doesn't work. You're just creating separation and pushing away because of some judgment or fear. It's not what we want to do because that doesn't create that connection or oneness, let alone fulfill any karmic lessons. So it's through that loving acceptance and willingness to learn and awaken to what is there for us, brings it all together in oneness and connection. And when that happens, it's always neutral. There's no attachment then. Because now loving is the connection. And we don't need any of the karmic attachments, which is basically unfulfilled lessons. Okay? So again, pay attention to the approach you're using in this, and then you'll fulfill or learn what the lessons are there for you. And when you do that, automatically it's going to be easier to communicate and do whatever you need to do in the relationship with your child, and it'll be for their benefit, obviously, as well as your own. Because remember, you can be neutral even if they're not. They can still run their pattern with you or try to put it on you, but you don't have to keep doing the pattern with them. You can change how you interact, but this is the way to do it in a very loving, accepting way that'll keep a connection rather than create separation. Okay? If you need any more clarity or understanding on what we're sharing here, go ahead and write another question. And now we're 5:30. Better do it really quick before it turns 5:31. All joking aside, hopefully that gave the clarity and understanding, but if there is a little more connection, please go, connection, I like that. Yeah, if you want a little bit more connection, if you need more clarity and understanding for that, go ahead and write in right now, but otherwise, hopefully that answered it. Okay. All right.
Okay, next question. It's titled Thank You. Dear Jim Brian, right? Dear Jim, Brian, and Tanya, thank you so much for these amazing sharings with such clarity. To do or not to do, this is the choice.
I like that. That's a good take on the Shakespeare thing,
Mhm.
huh?
I will be listening to this again and again. I have had a long period finding it hard to sit for more than an hour and a half because of illness. The only way I've been able to do more has been to break it up into two. But you are right. Now that I'm able to get back into sitting for longer again, it is a very, very different experience. I also made up for it by focusing on God first and God only throughout my day and constantly inviting God into everything. The good thing was that I now have a direct relationship straight to God, and I just have to look up, and there God is. But I realized how much I missed being in God instead of God in me. And only a longer meditation lifts me up into God as God invites me into God instead of only me inviting God into my physical life. This is a big difference to me, and my fulfillment is when God lifts me up out of my physical life and into God's loving. You talked, Brian, about seeing your outer life change as God changes us through the meditation. The most noticeable change in my life is the incredible kindness and loving I receive from the world, both from those I know and those I don't know. It comes from people and places I don't anticipate being so kind and helpful. For that, I am so grateful, and I thank God every time and know that I am looked after whatever happens. I wanted to ask you something that I experience from time to time in meditation. I experience images of very powerful patterns, very intricate, beautiful, and sometimes in black and white, sometimes in color. They can be changing from one to another, like these kaleidoscopes children have that you look into, and the colors and patterns change when you shake it, just more intricate. The other experience I've had lately is the radiant blue color slowly changing into a beautiful purple until the whole thing is purple. I've only seen them as separate colors before, but now they seem to blend until there is only purple left. Thank you again so much. I bow to you both in loving and gratitude and price prize myself incredibly lucky. Love you both, and you too, Tanya.
Go ahead.
Was there a question in there?
Yes, I think she was sharing about what has been showing up in her meditation, where she experiences the very powerful patterns and colors. I don't know necessarily that there was a question, but she shared about it kind of the changing colors of kaleidoscopes.
Yeah, no, I got that. I just wasn't sure whether if there was a question, but I can definitely comment on that. One, that's awesome. And to me, it's a wonderful, in a sense, you beginning to witness literally spiritually through that change in the transformation of your consciousness. As a reminder for everybody, the blue light represents more the action of the soul awakening and the soul's freedom. And the purple light is about the action of the Holy Spirit assisting the soul in that awakening and liberating process. Okay? So the blue is more of the soul kind of awakening and spiritual freedom, and the purple is more about the liberation and that greater upliftment. And to me, the kaleidoscope and changing is really witnessing now or recognizing on a spiritual level that transformation. And that kaleidoscope effect to me is dealing with the multidimensional consciousness. Okay. And as we're waking up spiritually, not only will we traverse through all these different realms spiritually, but in that traversing, there is the transformation of consciousness. So the multidimensionality, then we're going to see all these different frequencies or colors or images of all these different dimensions as part of that transformation that is the unique to us as well as it's the same journey for every soul, but unique to us. So even if we don't understand that on a physical level, it's because it's not physical. It is truly a spiritual process. And just know that's the case, that the soul knows. This is about the soul's upliftment, liberation, and freedom from all the physical consciousness. And that's a wonderful storyline, so to speak, of that journey. So to me, that now of you waking up more and knowing that soul of yourself and that blue light that's been assisting you in that, now moving into where it's combining with, because the blue literally will lead to and connect into the purple spiritually. And now becoming more purple to me is also not only representative of the transformation of your consciousness, but through that transformation now, that action of greater liberation. Okay. I like to call it, I've made the jokes of the Texas two-step. First, we wake up to the soul of who we are. Well, really, there's a couple steps, but we wake up to our own selves first. Okay. And then we wake up to the soul of who we are. The blue light lifts us above the mind or to that self, as Jim referenced today, the higher mind that looks to spirit. That higher mind that looks to spirit is also where we begin to wake up to a level of spiritual freedom and the recognition that we are divine, that we are a child of God. And that's that blue light action at the higher mind where that takes place. And that's where then the purple light meets us and continues that journey. As we awaken to the soul, then the soul is lifted now beyond all this consciousness and up into the spiritual realms. And so seeing more of the purple light now is showing you that you're really in that liberation action now, of that greater upliftment. And where you were in the first stage of that journey of waking up to really knowing yourself more fully. Do you want to add
Yeah,
anything?
that's very good.
Okay. What else was in there, Tanya? Or did that answer?
That was pretty much it.
Yeah, I think she talked about the purple and blue light, and you answered all of that. Yeah, that was great.
Okay. I was just trying to think that, I guess when I asked the question, was there anything in the earlier part of the sharing? Was there a question or no, that was just
No.
a sharing?
No, I think the whole thing was a sharing. Yeah, more of a sharing than any specific questions. Yeah. But
Okay.
thank you for the explanation about the coloring and everything.
Okay, cool. Yeah, wonderful sharing. Thank you. I should have started with that. Thank you. I mean, that's a great sharing. I just wasn't sure if there was a question in there that wanted commenting, that's all. So excellent. If there was some question there, again, please just write back really quick. But otherwise, hopefully that answered it for you.
Okey doke. The next one is a sharing. It says, "Thank you. I love you. Dear Jim and Brian, I have so much love and gratitude for you both. Thank you for class today. Thank you for your teachings and support on this pathway. I adore you and feel blessed in the loving I have. I also want to acknowledge that I feel my attachments to you with passing thoughts of having the wrong kind of love for you. But when I do what I can to forgive them and ask God's blessings on them and look up. I know I have more to walk, plenty more, and I thank God for you both and for Kelsey, Tanya, and Abe and this community. Words can't express what you mean to me in loving."
Well, thank
Well,
you.
that's wonderful. Thank
Yeah.
you.
And don't worry about all those other thoughts or feelings. They'll literally, we all go through them. We don't want to ever feel guilty, ashamed, embarrassed. This is just part of the process. And if anything, when any of that happens with Jim and I, well, the nice thing is we're kind of an outer reflection, so to speak, of a symbol for that movement of the Holy Spirit. So if you direct it this way, it's going to go up into the Holy Spirit so the Holy Spirit can handle it. And that's part of the blessing. And of course, if somebody approaches or directs towards me, I like to have fun playing around anyway with all that. So thank you for sharing. And in other words, I'm trying to give you permission so you don't judge yourself or make any of it wrong. And that you realize it's as simple as giving it expression. That's what confession's about. And in that, we give ourselves permission to give it up to God, and that's how we do our part in getting free. And it's a lot easier doing that than judging or not trying to judge whatever thoughts, feelings, and all we go through. Because a lot of those things it's like we have no control, it just happens, but we can do something with what happens, and that's what I'm talking about. That way we don't hang on to things or make anything wrong, but we truly just give it all up to God so we have a real expression of loving and freedom. And by as we express loving and freedom, we give it to ourselves by doing that. And in doing so, we give it to others. That's literally what I've learned. I've learned to do that for my own journey. And that's literally what took me into liberation, is doing exactly that. Why do you think I talk about confessions and counseling?
Yeah, that's it.
You got it. Well, thank you for that sharing.
Okay, next question. It says, class question. I'm
What
sharing
question?
class
Class?
question. Class
Okay.
question.
All right.
I am sharing an inner experience I had yesterday in hopes that you can provide even more insight and clarity into the symbology and fill in any gaps of what I might be missing in me. I was traveling up a path like a mountainside, except it was one long straight path, not wrapping around a mountain. As I was going up, I was afraid I might fall off, but I reminded myself that I could fly if I did fall, as I have many times before.
That's right.
Then I did fall, and as I floated off the mountain path, I could see this path going up, but it just ended at a cliff that was straight down. But as I was watching, the path started to move towards a mountain off in the distance. The two came together where this straight mountain pass connected to the other mountain. Once they connected, everything in the scene went white, and I was back on the path, but now on the mountain the path was connected to. As I was going up that mountain, parts of my past and dark parts or demons were coming up to the path, but instead of getting me, they were transforming into loving, and I could see now that they were pathways of grace and loving, even as I looked down the mountain as I kept going higher. I want to acknowledge that parts of this I'm clear on, like the specifics of how I can fly, when I fell off the mountain, or even at the end where the old things that were karmas or fears can now be vessels of service and loving as they are completed. So I think my biggest question is, this is more the larger overview of all these parts and pieces coming together, if that makes sense, or all taking place in one scene, because typically I would just have one part of that experience at a time. So why is it all coming together in one scene? Of course, I'd love any details or anything that comes forward too. Just trying to acknowledge my own knowing after years of walking the path. Thanks so much, your loving initiate.
I would say one thing is it's showing you that you're moving past the worlds of polarity and into the singular. That's where the two pathways are becoming one and the two mountains join together. It's it's now you're coming into the truth of things rather than the illusion of things. And so now everything will get simpler because it is a one true path in front of you and not the duality that you have to continue dealing with and trying to figure out what's where and how does it go.
Um, the journey, like we talk about the inner mountain and kind of like what we shared earlier, just as we said, there's that inner mountain in our own individualized consciousness as well as in the spiritual realms. Well, the same is true for each of the realms. There's mountains on the other realms, the astral, causal, mental, etheric. And to me, that's also part of what you're seeing now, is that as you round one mountain, that to me is now coming to the top of that realm. And then now seeing another one is also now going to the top, of another. But each one is like the soul level of that realm. So the top of the mountain physically is here, like the sixth chakra, and seventh is that sky above. And then the astral realm, when you get to the top there, there's the peak of the mountain, and then the causal realm, there's the peak of a mountain, and so on and so forth. And to me, you're seeing that inner journey. And as you continue on that path, it's the same one path. And in that path, it truly is all one. So out of the one comes the many, and then as we're doing that journey, the many now merge back into the one, like that. But all we have to do is follow that path. Really, it's the path of the Holy Spirit. But on these inner regions, as everything appears separate or distant, then it's a journey through all these regions, the mountains, the valleys, the plateaus, all of that. And each one comes with its own trials, tribulations, all that type of stuff. And the fact that you described even learning to fly, well, that's showing you that you've got over certain fears in those trials and tribulations so that you realize you don't have to fear falling, right? Or another way of saying it is you don't have to fear dying or fear being badly hurt, that you now know that that's not a concern. So that even if you come to the end of one path where there's just a cliff, as you described here, you can just now fly beyond that, which is what you're going to do anyway, whether it's that path or at the peak of the mountain, you'll be able to fly beyond that, regardless of what it is. And that's obviously very significant in itself, but it's also showing you that you're now free or risen above those karmic lessons on any particular realm and just continuing that pathway higher and higher in the spirit as it's that path to your liberation, no matter how many, mountains or valleys or any of that. And so once you know the process and have that experience, you just keep doing it and just keep on your way. And then it really does just move all into that oneness like that, beyond the duality, like Jim was saying. And you're doing that, no question. So thank you for sharing, and hopefully it provided, if there was any question or needed more clarity in that, that handled that.
That's good.
Okay, let's see. Go back. I think there were two that came in from the same person, but it's the same one. So it says, question, Jim and Brian. I had another question in mind today, but in lieu of the two talks today, I've changed directions a bit. I'm very encouraged to know that the beauties and the gloriness of the pathway we're all being offered as initiates is still before us all. But I'm also very discouraged by the fact that despite hundreds of recommendations to meditate 10% of the day over the past 40 years, I have never managed to more than a few days in a row before falling off the practice yet again. I'm not sure how to proceed from here. I have lost interest in the physical world. There's nothing in time and space that interests me anymore. But the pull of my own mind is so strong that I continually fail to honor my commitment to God and to the two of you as my guides to make focused meditation a part of my life. I want to finish this process once and for all, and I do not want to have to return to the planet Earth or any other physical manifestation of Lucifer's realm. I know the question is, how badly do you want to see the face of God, as a former teacher used to put forward? Perhaps I don't want that enough, or haven't been able to find sufficient desire to keep my eye on the ball, as it were. If there is any further suggestions as to how to make this happen for me and probably others, I would be very grateful. I'm sorry for the lack of devotion to the practice, regardless of what I hear today or any day, future day. I will again try to keep the promise of my daily meditation. Love, an initiate. And in quotes, it says, sort of, question mark.
A key to all of this is dedication and devotion and intention. And God looks at everything. He doesn't just say, okay, you didn't meditate 10 days in a row here, we're gonna have to mark that down. It's God responds to loving more than anything else. God responds to dedication and devotion more than anything else. So if you're making an effort, God will make the effort with you. And that effort counts for a tremendous amount. So even if you sit down and just meditate a few minutes every day, or even a few days a week, God sees that and knows that you're making the effort. And that is a good factor in all of this. So don't judge yourself harshly. Understand yourself, and we're all different. We all have different pathways that we're walking inside, where a lot of disturbances are, a lot of different reactions and actions start taking place. And God can take into all that factor, but He knows your soul. He knows the heart of your soul and what your intention really is. And the fact that you stuck with it for 40 years says a lot, because a lot of people have walked away from it because they just had the judgment on themselves for not being able to participate through meditation. And thank God you have not done that to yourself. You've stuck it out, and that's going to make the big, big difference, believe me. And I don't think you'll be coming back.
Especially if Lucifer doesn't want you here.
Yeah, true. Yeah, just say, I'm marked, look, let me go. It's so funny how the storyline shows up even in the Passover with Moses and the blood of the lamb on the doorsill. Well, the blood of the lamb is the light of the Christ of the soul that you are. Christ is the soul consciousness. And that blood is a sign that you are now marked and that you've made all the sacrifices you need to make in the world, and Lucifer no longer has control over you.
That's what initiation's about.
Yeah,
We brand you.
that's it. That's where you get the mark, yeah.
So in hearing a sharing like this is where one of the things that really helped me to shift, I actually shared a little bit of it earlier, is that when I found myself judging myself, because that's basically what I hear you doing, is judging yourself here. That is letting you know where you can begin to direct your loving, because that's where unlearned lessons are. So whatever that judgment is inside of you about not doing enough, not being enough, not worthy, not whatever it is, it's a lack. In other words, like some part of you you're judging because you don't feel like you're measuring up or doing what you're supposed to do or need to do. You get the picture of what I'm saying, all right? So whatever that part of you is, that I would take some time, like the LAF process, and just begin to fill it up with loving. Just look at that part of you and begin to love whatever that is inside of you you're judging. And most of all, love the part of you that is doing the judging, because that's the part that's lacking. Not what you're judging, but the part of you that is doing the judging. That's the part you want to fill up with loving. That's where the LAF work is very valuable, is applying it to those parts of ourselves. And that's what part of this is. That's why we say, yes, the meditation is the first key primary action. But we also talk about self-study and service. Meditation, self-study, service. Literally in that order. So take that self-study part now and the service. The self-study is looking at these things to be aware of what we are running in. And the first service to the self after meditation, is to do the LAF. Literally, self-study is looking at taking responsibility for our thoughts, feelings, actions, and reactions. And the service is the loving, accepting, forgiving. That's why it's meditation, self-study, service. Out of that overflow is service to others. All right? The overflow is service to others. The first service is to self. Okay, that's enough.
Sorry, I know,
Seriously.
you know,
All right?
go
That
ahead.
seriously was meant for them, not you. I was talking to them. I was just looking at you.
Yeah, right. Serious.
Yeah, just like Jim's coffee won't stop. But I'm like, seriously, that's what I meant for them. In other words, all your judgments, like Jim's coffee, seriously, take a look at it. And this is the simplicity of how to handle it. Just have a swig of some milk and honey, the divine nectar of spirit. And this is literally how. And this is how simple it is to be aware of the areas where we can always direct that loving. Is anywhere there's any judgments or fears, anything we're avoiding, those are anywhere we react. Those are all forms of reaction, by the way. It's that simple. Anything that we're doing what we could call a negative inside of us or lacking in any way is all it needs is to be filled up with loving. That ain't going to happen though without us doing it. Okay? Self-studies to bring the awareness, service is to now do the doing to fill our beingness. That's it. So make good on that with your dedication, devotion, and intention. Because by doing that is a way to fulfill that dedication, devotion, and intention, as well as this part of you that, you're judging yourself for. Enough said? At least for the moment.
That was wonderful. Okay, next one is called Grateful. Hello, beautiful souls. Beautiful talks today. Thank you. Miss Tanya, thank you for holding this space for us all to share. I'm grateful and appreciate all that you do. It's entitled Lanterns on the Pathway, a Note of Gratitude. As we come to the final class before the summer break, I wanted to offer my deepest gratitude for the grace and clarity this journey has brought me. Learning the LAF process has been nothing short of transformational. Forgiveness opened a door I didn't realize was jammed, not because I couldn't see truth, but because I was struggling to accept it. I've come to understand that my strong sense of justice doesn't mean I must lift the sword every time I see suffering that mirrors my own. Instead, through acceptance, I've learned I can offer what I've lived without needing to fix or control. I can speak truthfully, call out what I'm seeing, but not from a place of um, compassion, not compulsion. There are no maps for this homecoming, only the pulse that says keep going. This year I walked with the ache of justice in my chest, a sword drawn not in anger but in memory. I believed I had to speak for every wound that echoed mine, until your guidance taught me the holiness of acceptance, that I can still see, still speak, but not from a place that does not bind me to the pain. The LAF process became a chalice. Within it, I pour the sharpness of justice and drew out something softer, something sacred. I love that that does not erase, but restores. In listening to the for, in listening for the Holy Spirit, I did not find thunder. I found a silence that moved like light through cracked glass. Grace doesn't rush, it stays and it carries. This class has shown me how the Holy Spirit leads us home gently when we allow ourselves to follow. There's been a quiet strength in that guidance this year. I've felt it more through my life as I love, as grace, as the sacred reminder that healing is not about erasing what was, but choosing not to let it hold us in place. Thank you for your wisdom, your patience, and for being a lighthouse as we each find our way. Thank you for teaching me not to just walk the path, but to allow the path to walk me in loving, in stillness, in endless becoming your initiate.
Wow.
Yeah, thank you very much. That was wonderful.
Very poetic.
Very.
It was beautiful.
Very poetic, meaningful words. And I just kept getting the image of, instead of that sword, use the little white kitty cat the other person shared. The little white kitty cat, the little fur ball that's all comforting, compassionate, sweet, loving, like that unconditional, nature that comes with the animals like that. That's what I heard in the poetic. And yeah, there's a time and place for that sort of truth, which I've been well known for many, many years, but I've been beginning to embrace the little white kitty cat as very transformative too, and maybe a little more gentle.
Well, thank you for sharing your experience with Pathway, because that was a great sharing and an excellent statement of what it is Brian and I stand for. So thank you.
Very much. One of our favorite things is hearing you all as initiates, disciples on this pathway, is literally sharing from your own experience, your own wisdom you've gained over the years of practicing and doing the meditation and the different principles here. Because we know if you do those, it's going to just happen. You're going to have the transformation, you're going to have the awakening, you're going to have the liberation. And then you can share these words just like we do. And it'll come through your experience and your inner knowing. And that's what makes it real and true. Not repetition of words, but the truth of your experience that you share through the words. That's always the key. And boy, if you can add a little poetic nature like that, it often obviously is very powerful and can sometimes speak in ways that people may really listen more. So thank you very much. That was a beautiful sharing.
Okay, just to kind of give you guys a point of reference, we have 3 questions left.
Okay,
Yep.
cool. Thank you.
Mhm.
Yeah, because I know we just passed 6, huh?
Yeah. Questions about a quote from Rumi. Dear Jim and Brian, thank you so much for today's inspiring and powerful talks. I'm looking forward to revisiting them again this summer. While I listened to Brian talk about finding fulfillment by taking action and loving today, I was reminded of a quote from Rumi, and in quotations, the cure for pain is in the pain. Today, Brian's sharing helped me see Rumi's statement means to be about the first step of the LAF, loving acceptance of what is. Can you say more about this? Thank you for all your reminders and guidance, your loving initiate.
Certainly. Um, Let me look at it as more of a symbol of, I guess I'd say a flower bud. In a way, I could really, a shell might be more. Let's start with the shell. You think of a shell of a seed, right? The shell, it's a protection around a seed. Within the seed is the potential for life, right? So there's the life of like a flower can spring forth. But for that to take place, we've got to plant the seed in the soil. We've got to water it. It's got to have sunshine, right? So that in that though, that seed then can sprout. And as it does, it bursts through the shell. And that's what we're doing here. We're literally taking the soul that is the seed within the shell of the physical consciousness, And now bringing the light of spirit is that sunshine. And you could say the wisdom is like watering that. And so I guess you could also say, well, the planting has already taken place. Literally, when the soul or the seed has come into the body, there's the planting. So we're adding that wisdom or water and then the sun or spirits of loving so that it can grow. And as it grows, then what it goes through that breaking through the shell. So that's almost symbolic for when we talk about what are you trying to protect, defend, or control. That's our outer shell, the human consciousness. But as we do the LAF work and the watering of that seed that the shell is trying to protect, then as it grows and sprouts, it eventually pushes from an internal place a pressure from the inner to the outer. And as that pressure builds, which is the loving of our soul, as it's watered and sunshine to feed it, it awakens and always moves towards the sun. Plants always grow towards the sun, right? That source of light or nourishment. So as that happens in the soul's awakening, eventually that awakening expands so much and the pressure is so great on that outer shell that's been protecting that seed, it bursts open. That bursting open then, now what? That life that is springing forth from the seed can now grow up beyond that and turn into like a flower and bloom, okay? So that's what's happening in here. But in that process, when a seed is covered by the shell and that pressure is building, well, that pressure that's building in there can cause pain. All right? Pain is a wonderful symbol and reflection of growth. There's no pain, there's no gain, right? You guys know that? No pain, no gain. Well, that pain, though, if you realize it's very purposeful, because the pain is also letting us know not only there's growth there, but it's also letting us know where to focus our attention to continue nurturing, nourishing, watering, exposing to sunlight, those areas where the growth is about ready to break through. The pain is just letting us know where that's going on, where to focus, where to nurture, nourish, love. And as we do that, then that underlying pressure, again, the growth of our soul awakening, it'll put so much pressure at some point, it'll break through that shell. Well, that's what's happening as we're growing, that pain that shows up, literally, mentally, emotionally, and even physically. As we now water that and love that, as that grows, it'll break through. But in the breaking through, that shell could shatter. It could blow up like a volcano, right? So it could look messy. It could hurt for a moment. But once the bursting through happens, well, then all the shattering, the pieces will fall wherever they fall. The lava will flow wherever it's going to flow. But yet, what's happened? It's opened up. It's freed up the pressure. And now the growth can continue in the expansion and the blossoming of the soul's awakening, of our conscious now opening up. But that initial breakthrough or bursting through can often appear messy, break down, or the pain gets so great we want to back off of it. And that's very common and typical, but it's the same process for everybody. Details may be different, same process across the board. We just have to be willing to keep stepping forward, to keep loving, nurturing, nourishing that seed of life within us that is simply being contained in the shell of protection, defense, and control, and avoidance of pain out of a fear of losing something. As you know, that's the first question or two of the Laugh Workbook. But if we keep doing the LAF in the meditation, we're going to burst forth through that. it's just the process. If we take those actions needed and are willing to, I hate to say it as endure, but to be willing to just continue moving forward regardless of, with, even if it's just trust and faithing that there is going to be a solution, a resolution, or breakthrough and freedom from at some point. Just like Jim's doing right now.
I'll be right back.
See, he's bursting forth now too. It's getting out. And that's a lot of what happens, right? As we go through this, we're going to have that process of things breaking free, breaking loose. And yes, I'm making puns like all the phlegm breaking loose and getting out like he's going to take care of now. But literally, that's what happens. And all we've got to do, though, is allow it and then just do what we need to do to take care of ourselves through the process. Just don't let it stop you, which is what most people do. Why people avoid in the beginning, because anytime it's uncomfortable or painful, people tend to avoid it, and rightfully so. But then we don't allow ourselves to break free and to truly wake up or blossom in consciousness. And that's, the main thing we're doing here. So pain is where we direct our attention, and loving is really what resolves or is the solution. Loving is what really heals. Pain is just where we know to draw our attention and where that potential life in the seed, which is the own spark of our soul that is in there, that's ready to spring forth. In other words, the karmic lesson that spark of our soul is contained by the shell is now coming forward and sprouting because it's time to awaken. And now let that part of our consciousness wake up, as well as the lesson learned, which is that shell that's been containing it. So I hope that helped or maybe gave a little more idea. Of course, there's other ways we could talk about it, but that's the main thing I learned in all the process is, again, why I talk about a lot of the how to, because the solution's not in the pain itself, the solution's in the loving. But we've got to understand how this works and where to direct our attention. In other words, our attention is our loving, by the way. Wherever our attention goes, our loving goes. Because our attention is our conscious awareness, the soul's conscious awareness. So wherever we place that is where our loving is placed. So if we place that loving attention on where the pain is, that will begin the process of awakening, of resolving, of healing where what that source of pain is, and then all the blessings that come with it, called the karma's done, the lessons fulfilled, the greater wisdom and understanding of why it's there. Because all of these things we may think is negative, painful, bad, everything of these that is part of our life's journey. It is only fulfilled when we no longer avoid it and that we begin to address it. And pain is one of the greatest things, because eventually if something gets so painful, we can no longer avoid it. And that may be like the 2x4 over the head, like Jim talks about, the bigger the pain is, because we can't avoid it and we don't want to, because now it's calling our attention so much saying you have to fulfill this now to set yourself free. But that's the blessing, because it's exactly what you want to do. It's just that in this world, it seems such a paradox, because it would seem like, well, the painful things are what we want to avoid and get away from, not realizing the way to get away from it and avoid it is to go into it and burst through it. That's really the only way. We'll do everything else, though, before we actually finally do it. It's like we do everything that doesn't work until the only choice left is to do the very thing we don't want to do, but yet all of a sudden that's what resolves it, and we set ourselves free. till literally the last breath. This physical body is just a big pain, right? Everywhere, not just a pain in the neck or the ass, everywhere. So the last breath is literally letting go of the final pain of the body. Well, why is the body a pain? Because it's like a shell, it's a constriction for the soul. It limits it so much, where meditation awakens us and liberates us from the shell. All right, no said on that one.
Okay, the next one, the world falling away. Thank you all for this sharing of vitally important information. I love you all. My question, so much of the world in my life has fallen away the last 10 years that I sometimes feel so shocked with the neutrality and detachment from the world that I wonder if I am really just depressed from the loss. Am I being honest with myself?
Well, that's a good question, and really only you can answer that. And here's the things, at least some of the things I would look for in that. And I know this is a big question for most people at some stage of the journey, because sometimes we don't really know what neutrality is. Sometimes when we move into neutrality, where we no longer have the pushes and pulls of the world that we're so used to and habitualized to, sometimes we can feel numb or apathetic, or I guess I'll just leave it at those two, because we're not sure, because it's so different. So part of it is really looking at and evaluating that more detached state to start to now learn through our awareness and paying attention to it, whether we are neutral and like we're content, peaceful, everything's okay, or do we have some level of depression because maybe there's something we're not doing or not experiencing in life, and there's some type of internal kind of like a pressure or some other indicator, like it keeps showing up over and over, won't leave us alone. Those types of things are usually indicators there's something that maybe we're avoiding, right? Because if we actually have some type of a depression, it's usually because we've usually kind of given up, resigned ourselves to a form of hopelessness of finding resolution, solution, resolving, however, something in our lives, whether mentally, emotionally, or physically going to. And that's why physically is so important. And why the lead up, you'll hear me along with that story I said earlier, what actions are you taking? Go get a job type of thing, I shared. Well, leading up to that, I had depression for 6 years. Okay. On one level, I looked like I was neutral because I was just calm, seemed peaceful, but I was also much more rigid and serious in my consciousness. That seriousness and rigidity came about thinking, well, to be spiritual, I should be acting a certain way, thinking a certain way, being a certain way, doing certain things, not doing certain things. I'd place so many restrictions on myself through the fears and judgments of rights, wrongs, behaviors, and all that, that I limited or suppressed myself so much and avoided what I needed to be doing that I became depressed. So that's the apathy that I'm talking about. That if that's the case, then you want to look at now not only the meditation, but what physical actions can you take to maybe go do something you've been avoiding. Like for me, I knew I was always like, I was doing part-time jobs. I was always looking, for work or what could I do on my own as a, independent business person type of thing. So there's always that search. That was my indicator of that inner knowing. I needed to do something, but yet some part of me was avoiding it because I wasn't really fully doing it, or I was only doing it partially, but not fully. All right, those were my indicators of how I knew, but I kind of lived in avoidance or denial of it until year after year for 6 years straight, which was the 6 years I was depressed, where Jim was saying, hey, take physical action, go get a job. In other words, take responsibility for yourself and your life. So that was my indicator, let alone Spirit told me directly, you're medically depressed. Well, that's what comes with avoiding whatever we need to take responsibility for in our lives. And at some point, it's going to build up enough, like I said, but sometimes that building up can look like a shutting down, which is what like depression, kind of giving up on life looks like. But if we've taken responsibility, taken the actions, done that, fulfilled a lot of those things, and then they just drop away after doing them all, well, that's real detachment that comes through fulfillment, which is completion or learning those karmic lessons that are there for us. Okay? When that happens, that's where we live in now true neutrality. And that neutrality then doesn't have the apathy, the depression, the judgments, the fears, but rather there's a peace or a contentment. There's a more of a joy or a quiet joy, and an enjoyment more. And we'll realize the greater freedom in our lives that we seem to have that we didn't have before. Like with me, I'm not self-conscious like I used to be. Before I was scared to say things and just kind of be myself. Well, that's not a problem anymore. Well, back when I was depressed, it was because it had to be a certain way. And again, it was all those limitations, fears, judgments that now why I suppressed myself. So if we pay attention to those things, those will be our own indicators to know, where we're at with things. Are we in apathy or are we in neutrality? Right? Are we just kind of numb to things because we've allowed all this to gain an accretion so much it's weighed us down because of all these fears and judgments? Or have we literally taken actions, done the inner work and the outer actions to really fulfill these things in life for us to learn and grow through? Okay, I hope I've said enough to help really give clarity to that. And that's where sometimes, like Tanya, I'd ask you, does that make sense or very clear to you, Tanya?
Yes, that's great.
Okay, so hopefully then the person who wrote the sin has the clarity just like you did, in what I just shared. If not, again, of course, always write in more later, but hopefully that was plenty of information to give the indicators so you can see for yourself, what's going on. And that way you'll have an inner knowing. And it takes time because when you're really living in neutrality, it's very different than how we're used to living life and the experience, how we experience life, let alone how we perceive life. And over time, if it's truly neutrality, you're going to see more of the freedom, as I was saying, the freedom of your expression, the freedom from self-judgment, the freedom from fears, the freedom from whatever. And that'll give you the indicator, what's really going on inside of you. Okay, I think we have one more, was it?
We have one more and then we have a quick response. It's kind of a gratitude that came in to one of the questions that you asked earlier.
Cool.
But yes, this is the second to the last one. This one says, Aloha, dearest Jim, Brian, Kelsey, and Tanya. Thank you all and Abe for this beautiful day of loving. I so very much appreciate how your sharings, Jim and Brian, combine to lift us all. I want to also thank Brian for last Sunday's confession and counseling's class. Today I had a gentle aha during your sharing, Jim, just after you so vulnerably and honestly spoke of making a mistake. My heart had softened and opened, and then you spoke, and I heard how the world's things or people won't complete you. You'll still feel empty. I have done lots of work around my relationships with my mother, yet felt that there was more to be done around my early life. Thank you, Jim, because that reference to feeling brought awareness of a deep, long-standing undercurrent of discomfort. I think it's old fear from very early childhood, fear of more pain and illness when my father was the only one who held me and brought comfort and calm. I realized that that might be why I always wanted, needed, and usually had a boyfriend in my life. Yet I had to leave my first two. Turned out they weren't Prince Charming. Although my third husband is different in a good way, yet I have found I still have some work to do, but I couldn't access this source of discomfort, and I've felt unsure of how to approach the LAF or how to ask God for guidance. Would you say that I'm on the right track with this awareness? I have more loving than I am able to convey for each of you, and all your initiates are unboundedly blessed in this life. With much loving.
Go ahead. Please, because I'll just go.
That's okay. What was the question?
I think she wants clarity around the awareness that she has as far as the aha gentle um, sharing that Jim went into. It says, I've done a lot of work around my relationship with my mother, yet there felt like there was more to be done around my early life. Let's see, long-standing
Well,
discomfort.
I can answer it.
Sure.
That's actually a really good one because right in the question is some of the awareness of what you just said in your early life. And often we won't give ourselves permission or allow ourselves to maybe fulfill or do certain things in early life because of whatever maybe restrictions or beliefs that are put on us by our parents, let alone others around us, but especially our parents. You know, they have their own beliefs and conditions of how to raise kids and how to be, you know, how we're supposed to be as children, right? And that may cause then limitations in maybe things we wanted to do earlier in life when we were living under those conditions or restrictions or rules, you know, within the same house, within the same family or close knit, whatever that is. So to me, in hearing that, I'd say, okay, what is it that you're aware of inside of you that you didn't do earlier in life? And not even necessarily saying you need to go do those things. Maybe some of them you do need to do that'll help you to fulfill that part of you and have the lessons and experiences you need with it. But the other part of that is definitely looking at whatever those restrictions or reasons why you did not do that. And if they, in this case, you know, if it really is something coming from your mother like that, well, yeah, there's definitely the forgiveness process, let alone not just forgiving your mother, but also forgiving yourself for taking on those beliefs or conditions, forgiving yourself for any resentments or reactions you have. And really that forgiveness is to assist and support ourselves in beginning to let go of all that conditioning we took on earlier in life. So in other words, we want to free ourselves from the belief systems, the thoughts, the feelings, the judgments, the fears, the rights, the wrongs. So yeah, there's all that internal LAF process, let alone just giving it up to God, giving it up to God, inviting God into it. And as we do that, to also look at then those things, and whether it's earlier in life or just right now something new showing up, it doesn't really matter. What matters is what is it there we see in our lives we could be doing right now that maybe we're not. In other words, we don't want to avoid, but we don't also want to unnecessarily go and do everything thinking we physically need to do all these things to complete our journey in this life. Because truly, the real journey is the journey of the soul, and it's an internal process. The outer actions we take is a way by which we can move the energy of our consciousness internally and even trigger and bring to our conscious awareness that which may be laying dormant or unconscious within us. So by taking those physical actions, we stir that which is within us so that it can come up for us to look at, to learn, and to work with. And that's where the real fulfillment is. So that's what's important to do, no matter what, positive, negative, doesn't matter what it is. What matters is we just take action steps physically, mentally, emotionally, as well as spiritually. That's why the meditation, God first, God only, because when we do it from this place, instead of coming out of our imagination saying, well, I really want this, I want to do that, and I'm going to do it no matter what. Well, that's creating karma, because then it's our willpower, our way, our control. But if we really make God first, then we're going to be doing our meditation. We're going to be waking up to the loving, and the loving, accepting, forgiving, the compassion, the gentleness. And when we make this first, we let that loving filter down through our consciousness. And it's that loving that transforms our beliefs, our perceptions, our emotions, or even our imagination and fantasies of the things we want. That through the loving, it may just lift that, and we realize, wow, I didn't really want that. That desire came out of the conditioning of the world that says I want this. I, the soul, don't really want this. The imagination came with it because this is what I was taught and took on. I'm supposed to want, right? But we're not going to know that unless we open up in the meditation and allow that loving to come in and filter through all these levels of our consciousness. When we do that, then everything literally gets rearranged, transformed, and eventually, step by step, those things that are just basically fantasies that are really not necessarily part of our soul's journey to fulfill our lessons, they'll just drop away. That's where the grace, the Holy Spirit carries it away. And as it does, it makes it clear that which is really true, that is important for us to go do. And so we want to pay attention to that and let it unfold. And if we're not sure, take an action step anyway. Move towards what you are aware of inside of yourself. That awareness isn't necessarily what you want, it's just the awareness of what keeps showing up, of what maybe is important to do. And it may be what you want all at the same time. If you're not sure, move forward with what you think you want. That's another way to say it. What you think you want. And as you move towards that, what you think you want, it'll start to get clear one way or another, internally and externally, if that's really the direction to go, or that was just the thinking that's what you wanted. But now that you're taking action steps, it falls flat. And you're like, wow, thought I wanted that, but I really don't. Well, now you're clear with it, and then it's easy to let it go, right? So that's how this works. That's why Jim would tell me in that process before I got the job, he goes, it doesn't matter what job you take. I was trying to look for the perfect thing, right? He goes, it doesn't matter what job you take, just start doing something, and as you do it, it'll get clear. And you can always change jobs or do whatever. The main point is start taking action, start doing something, and then in that movement, it starts to get clear. But not moving forward at all, it's always going to remain stagnant and unclear. That's why it's so important for us to take responsibility and to take action, regardless of the action. Just to take action, because then it creates a movement. It's that movement then that opens things up, and then that which is really meant to be, now there's an open channel for it to show up. But if we're not moving forward, there's no opening, it's just shut. And so when it's shut, we go stagnant. And if we let it stay shut long enough, that's where we go into apathy, depression, and for whatever reasons, as we've covered a million times. So even to break through all the illusions, the fears, the thinking of any kind, we still need to take action, both internally with meditation as well as externally with physical actions. And then over time, it just becomes clear. And then we make changes where we need to make changes. And then whatever shows up inside of us, because then by taking those outer actions, it'll also bring up inside of us what those limitations or belief systems are that we have been holding back, or why we've been doing what we're doing, what we didn't want to do, but we were made to believe that's what we're supposed to do, or why we're not doing what we wanted to do, and now we're going to do it, and that's all we had to do to break through whatever those are. Does that make sense to you, Tanya?
Yes, it does. And she also talked about the awareness that she had, and she wrote in a little excerpt afterwards to kind of get clarification. She shared that she realized the early childhood fear and pain and illness when her father would hold her and give her comfort and calm. I think she realized that's why she always usually had a boyfriend in her life, was to answer that. It says, the one that she sent in afterwards, she said, with this awareness, I see that I missed this piece about my dad because I saw him as good in my story, but I didn't see how I created the limiting belief of need in that way. I know now God and I, God in me, with me is enough.
There you go. And that's the other nice positive side. When you see the good things in life that is helping you answer, nurture, provide that comfort, then you start to look at a way how you can embrace it and give it to yourself. So it's wonderful to hear that's what you've done. And that's the only way it gets truly answered. Otherwise, we're always looking for an outer source that we become dependent on to answer that for us. That's also called attachment. And then we've got to find a way to detach. But as we now know, the detaching process spiritually happens in a very loving, accepting, nurturing way.
Okay, she said, tremendously helpful.
Awesome.
Great. Okay, the last one is a thank you. This addresses the question about being on the pathway for 40 years and not, being able to meditate because of the mind. It says, those sharings were so, in great big letters, helpful for me and possibly to others. It is, in fact, a self-judgment I'm dealing with, and I will give it to God and do forgiveness as often as I can remember to. Much gratitude.
Yay.
Well, thank you very much. So appreciate that. That last comment and everybody's. Wow, what a full afternoon of sharings. I love it.
It was really tremendous. Thank you all very much.